Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please note that Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council meetings can take place in person as long as physical distancing of 2 meters can be maintained between participants. At this time, public attendance at Council meetings should be facilitated through virtual means, according to Alberta Health. If you've submitted a comment request, the Chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The Chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic, and at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. We ask that only one member of the public speak at a time. All persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. We ask that if the meeting recesses, that any callers hang up and call back in as the meeting reconvenes. This helps with call quality. Please note this call is being recorded and will be uploaded to our website and/or social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the meeting. Everyone has a right to be present at Council meetings and Council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the Chair as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 198. We thank you in advance for your cooperation and understanding. Because we have some participants in person and some participating via conference call, we'll start with just a roll call. Reeve Amber Link is here. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'm here.
Councillor Wilson.
Here.
Councillor Bigger. Here. Councillor Eichert.
Here.
Councillor Kester.
Here.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yep, I'm here.
Additionally, just a note, our voting procedure will be modified for our teleconference meetings. I will call for any councillor who is opposed to a motion to indicate verbally. For any motions with expressed opposition, we will conduct a roll call vote. We had an agenda circulated before us. Are there any additions or changes?
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's Brian from Administration. We did have some additional correspondence related to Council. So there's 4 pieces. The first one, a 2018 Strathmore CRISP letter acknowledgement. The second one, a 2019 Town of Strathmore CRISP acknowledgement letter. The third piece of correspondence is from the Wheatland Regional Corporation transparency letter, and the one is the Village of Rockford on the same note for transparency letter.
We'll put those under 5.1, correspondence. Any other additions or changes? A motion to approve the agenda? Also move. Councillor Bigger has moved. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We had the minutes circulated from the regular council meeting July 7th, 2020.
Move as circulated.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. I just have one question. On page 8, sorry, I'm just going there. Under item 3.5.1, it says that Councillor Wilson presented the following motion, but then it says Councillor Eichert withdrew. So I think maybe Councillor Eichert made that motion, possibly, regarding the sidewalk replacement projects.
Yes, I did.
So just one edit in the last motion on page 8. Well, it's page 6 in the corner, page 8 of the package. Councillor Armstrong, would you accept a friendly amendment?
I'm just wondering, because at the end it said that Councillor Eichert withdrew the previous motion, so.
Yeah, and it says Councillor Wilson presented the motion, so I thought maybe Wilson should just read Eichert.
But it isn't that Eichert is removing 2020-07-21, it's one that was in before. The top one?
Yeah, there was one motion presented, then that motion was withdrawn, then a second motion was presented, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I can make that motion. I didn't present a motion to begin with, so.
So if you'll just accept that
Yeah.
amendment. So a motion to move the minutes as amended. Any discussion?
As corrected, not amended.
As corrected. Thank you. Any further discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We had the minutes of the public hearing minutes from July 7th. A motion to approve.
I'll move.
Counselor Eichert has moved. Any discussion? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.11. We'll start our public hearings. I move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further reading of bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll start with bylaw 2020-21. I'll call the public hearing to order. Welcome, everybody. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act?
We can, yes.
Thank you. And are there any written submissions?
There was one written submission that was included with the council package. I did not receive any additional submissions after submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Raven Council. This is Megan here to present application LU 2020-11, bylaw 2020-21, found on page 18 of the council package. The subject parcel is 156 acres in size and is located approximately 1 kilometer northeast of Speargrass and east of the Township Road 221 and Highway 817 intersection. The location plan is on page 36 of the council package. The application is to redesignate the 156 acres of the subject parcel from agricultural general to natural resource extraction in order to facilitate a gravel extraction development. Staff circulated the application to external agencies, internally and to adjacent landowners, including those within the community of Speargrass. External agencies didn't voice any concerns, though some comments were provided that should be considered at development permit stage. The development officer identified that the proposed development has a drainage course on the northern portion of the property, and that directly southwest of the proposed development, an application for a large seniors complex was submitted in 2017. This development has not progressed as there were outstanding studies and reports. Staff has only received one letter of opposition to the development from an adjacent landowner. This letter was included in council's package on page 35. The developer, as part of the redesignation application, was required to perform some community consultation. The responses to their circulation are also included in the package, pages 26 to 34. There were a variety of concerns identified, including truck traffic, flooding, noise, and traffic safety. The aerial imagery for the parcel is on page 37, and the tentative phasing plan is on page 38. The parcel is currently cultivated and has several right-of-ways along the northern border of the development will need to be set back from. The developer is proposing a soil and overburden pile in the northwest corner and a temporary soil and overburden pile in the northeast corner. A new approach is to be constructed east of the existing approach on Township Road 221. The parcel previously had an approved development permit for a sand and gravel operation. However, as work had not commenced within the required time frame, the development permit expired. The developer is only proposing to extract material from this quarter section. The material will be hauled to their Carsland pit just south of the proposed redesignation, where crushing will occur. As part of their redesignation application, the developer is required to provide a traffic impact assessment, a drainage plan, an environmental site assessment, an historical resource impact assessment, a community consultation package, and they were required to explain how they plan to mitigate any nuisance factors. Staff outlined the conclusions from each document in the report. I do need to make a correction regarding the TIA, the Traffic Impact Assessment. The county has had discussions with Alberta Transportation regarding the Highway 24 817 intersection. There's no longer plans to conduct a roundabout. The upgrade to this intersection will be a realignment of Highway 24. The county's engineer reviewed the developer's TIA and commented that the collision data was not considered in the illumination warrants. The engineer further explained that the potential for the intersection upgrade, the installation of lighting may be a moot point. However, they did explain that if it would be a while before the intersection upgrade occurred, the county and Alberta Transportation may want to enter into discussions regarding the installation of lighting at that Highway 24 and 817 intersection. The lighting requirements would be triggered by the background condition, not the proposed development traffic. So installation of the lights on Highway 24 817 intersection is not likely something where costs could be attributed easily to the proposed development. The proposal supports most of the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, and Municipal Development Plan, but there are some that staff wants to bring to Council's attention. The South Saskatchewan Regional Plan highlights the importance of appropriate land uses in the vicinity of natural resource extractions, and the Municipal Development Plan also discourages new natural resource extraction developments in close proximity to hamlets, water bodies, environmentally significant areas, and natural areas. However, the MDP doesn't indicate what close proximity entails. As mentioned previously, the proposed gravel pit would be approximately 1 kilometer from the nearest house within the community of Speargrass. The applicant has provided preliminary measures to mitigate potential nuisances such as unsightliness, noise, and dust. These measures would be reviewed at the development permit stage and make conditions of the development permit. Administration is recommending that Council grant second and third reading to Bylaw 2020-21. As the proposal generally supports the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Regional Growth Management Strategy, the Vulcan Intermunicipal Development Plan, and Municipal Development Plan. Administration's recommendations can be found on page 18 of the Council package. Council's options are to approve the recommendation, to not approve it, or to approve an alternate recommendation. That concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions. Thank you. I do believe the applicant is on the line and would like to present, though she can correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions for staff? Councillor Armstrong?
Just for clarification, I know there was some action on this back in 79 or 89, whenever it was. The application that's before us, or this rezoning, that's for the same basic land, that there isn't new lands being in, it's the same land that was in question back then?
I apologize. I don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to go and look at the development permit, but it is in the same quarter section.
My question being, my thought behind it being that originally when this was all started back in 79, that they had assumed that they would develop that whole quarter as a gravel pit. And then things happened and land use changes and bylaws changed. And I know we had something in here 5 or 6, 7 years ago with dealing with this. And I can't remember what happened with it, but it was a misunderstanding of what was allowed and what wasn't. And I think there was some, as long as it's the same that was originally there from the start, that's all I was concerned with.
Okay.
Any other questions for administration?
It's not a question, it's actually something that's arisen this last week. There was a public announcement from Transportation, and maybe Mike can speak on that, about the 817 and number 24 intersection.
Thank you. So through the chair, we did receive notification from Alberta Transportation a few months ago, back in May, that this project, there always was I think for the last 15, 20 years, there's been a shelved plan to upgrade Highway 817 to realign Highway 24 up to Highway 901. So I understand in May that this project was put forward as part of the stimulus funding from Alberta Transportation. They have received approval to move forward on it. It was announced through the province back in April, May timeframe. So I've been in touch with the engineer on this. They are looking at realigning the access around Speargrass here, even from what they've presented in this TIA here. Roundabout is no longer in the works. So looking at a realigned access for Speargrass and a through road to the east of the current access here. So they're still in preliminary design right now. They're trying to get a tender out by the fall here for construction of this road next year. They are going to realign it all the way up to Highway 901, which they've started work on a couple years ago, but kind of stalled with the economy. Looks like it is in the process of moving forward. Like everything, not a guarantee for sure, but that's why when we do look at the development permit application for this, we are going to still make sure if that approval doesn't go forward or the construction doesn't go forward, that we're still covered with access requirements and illumination requirements that are noted in the TIA. So just some background there.
Any other questions for administration?
Yes, I was just wondering what kind of tax base dollars would come from the approval of this project?
So, Madam Regent Council, we did do some work on analyzing, based on the phasing, what the revenues would be. And this is, of course, estimates that we could get, but nonetheless, what we're looking at here, gravel pits, and specifically for this one, based on the application, we're looking at a 2021 estimate of $4,648.59. And the education property tax is $2,137.67. Property tax is expected to be similar for future years, of course, unless there are some modifications to that as it proceeds.
Council, also Brian from administration as well. There is an opportunity as well to increase the cap rate, which is the community aggregate levy. Right now, currently, Wheatland County is at 30 cents. You can increase it to 40 cents. So what that is 40 cents per ton of aggregate removed. Because you can kind of designate that into the area that the aggregate was extracted.
The CAO, Henderson was just saying that there's also the community aggregate payment that's currently at 30 cents a ton, and the maximum that we could set that at is 40 cents.
So what would the average yearly income off of that cap be that goes back into the community?
So right now we get total in the county about 50,000. Depending on how much aggregates removed from this pit, that's just an uncertain for me. I don't know. If they have a number, then we could probably just multiply it out and get a kind of revenue amount.
It would be extraction dependent.
That 50,000 is total through the county though, right?
Yes.
No, that was,
I have got it.
that was just our community.
Cardland.
I've still got a problem with all this wear and tear on our roads, especially if there's gonna be modification to 817, 901, this whole, it's terrible timing. I mean, are we willing to, I mean, the gravel's gonna be there forever and a day. It's been there for 1,000,000 years. It'll be there for another 1,000,000 years. Are we willing to, like, what benefit do we get from the county of Wheatland? I mean, we're being hammered. We have to look for revenue wherever we can get revenue. And and revenue can be offset by if it's gonna create jobs and all this kind of stuff, but none of this stuff is gonna be local jobs. Everything's gonna go into, I mean, I love Vulcan, but everything, they're getting the bulk of what is gonna, of the benefits of this. I've got a real problem with this. I think that if they wanna set up a gravel pit, they should set up a gravel pit that they do the extraction, the crushing on site. Then at least we can get some M&E out of it. I mean, we're gonna have people yelling and screaming, especially if there's construction and you got 40 anybody going up from anybody from Strathmore going down, heading south, anybody from Speargrass heading to Strathmore. I mean, with that construction, with 40 gravel trucks a day, I mean, do we need our phones ringing off the hook? I mean, I'm gonna leave this to the discretion of the local councillor, but, I don't see why we do this. It just doesn't make any sense to me. We not getting paid. It's a horrible, we're gonna get an increase in complaints and we ain't getting paid.
Are there further questions for administration? If not, we'll follow our procedural bylaw, and if the applicant would like to speak to the application, you're welcome to at this point. We would just ask that you state your name for the record.
Good morning, everyone. It's Jen Masowski, speaking on behalf of Lafarge. I just want to go through, I guess, some of the points that were discussed earlier, and then give you guys some brief history of the life of this property. So in 1979, Wheatland County issued a development permit to Bill Taylor for sand and gravel operation on the north half of 42225 west of the 4th Meridian. Lehigh Hansen has been conducting mining and reclamation activities in the northwest quarter, but to date, no disturbance has occurred on the northeast quarter. So in order to bring the lands into compliance with Wheatland County's land use bylaw, we were directed to apply to redesignate the land from agricultural general district to natural resource extraction and processing district. So Lehigh Hansen previously held a code of practice registration on the north half of 4, and in July of 2019, the code of practice was amended to remove the northeast quarter. So at that time, well, I guess in February of this year, we applied for a code of practice registration to take over that northeast quarter and get a code of practice on it. I actually heard back from Alberta Environment last week, and they have reviewed the application, and we're expecting comments and feedback from them this week. So our application is to rezone the entire quarter section. However, only 54.67 hectares of it is actually developable once we consider the setbacks from the property lines, the abandoned persist pipeline, and the WID irrigation canal. The Taylor pit will be an excavation-only operation, and there will be no processing on site. The sand will be excavated, loaded onto trucks, and then hauled to our Carsland pit for processing. So our Carsland pit is nearing depletion, and the material from the Taylor pit will serve as a replacement in order to continue supplying material to the local market. Once the pit has been depleted, the land will be reclaimed back to agricultural use. So Lafarge acknowledges that aggregate operations often create concerns for the adjacent neighbors relative to noise, dust, and traffic. Our application contains mitigative measures to address these concerns, all of which were shared in the information package that was mailed to all neighbors located within 1.6 kilometers of the property and the proposed haul route. The information package was meant to share the motivation and rationale for this application, gather initial feedback, and offer neighbors the opportunity for an in-person meeting. So in January of this year, we held a meeting with members of the Speargrass Community Association, as well as Division 3 Councillor Donna Bigger. The main concerns of traffic and how the operations would affect the intersection at Highway 24 and secondary Highway 817. To date, only 2 emails were received by local residents, again, with traffic being the main concern. We also met with Marcia Beimar, who is the owner of the owner and developer of the Chara Senior Community, which will be located kitty corner to the Taylor pit, in Southwest 4. I think we had pretty good correspondence with her, and we've committed to working together to mitigate any concerns and addressing any impact that our business will have on her going forward. So seeing as traffic has been the main concern, we had Stantec do a traffic impact assessment in December to assess the potential impact to the road network as a result of the truck traffic generated for the proposed operation. The 3 affected intersections were reviewed to determine the appropriate intersection type, evaluate intersection controls, and determine if any illumination is required based on the current and future traffic volumes. So to be conservative, we estimated a worst-case scenario of a maximum of 80 truck trips per day, which consists of 40 inbound and 40 outbound trucks for approximately 7 months of the year. Our hours of hauling that we're proposing are 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and occasionally on Saturdays. We're not planning to do any hauling on Sundays or statutory holidays. So some of the results that I found interesting of the traffic impact assessment were based on the 2019 average truck traffic volumes. There were 1,770 vehicles that head westbound on a daily basis. Of that number, 568 of those vehicles, or 32.1%, are single unit truck and tractor trailer units. Eastbound traffic, there's 2,110 vehicles on a daily basis, and of that number, 32.3% are single unit trucks and tractor units. So the addition of R40 trucks entering the highway in each direction accounts for less than a 2% increase to the overall traffic volumes on Highway 24. Megan already touched on this, the requirements for the traffic, the intersection upgrade, and so I don't think we need to rehash that one again. So that's kind of all I got. Lafarge is committed to the continuous interaction with Wheatland County and adjacent landowners to ensure that pit operations have minimal impact on the surrounding lands and we're willing to address any questions or concerns that may come up now or in the future. The operations of the Taylor Pit would contribute millions of dollars through cap levies, application fees, and property taxes, with other indirect benefits to Wheatland County. That's all I have at this point. So if you guys have any questions for me, by all means, I will hope to address them.
Any questions from council for the applicant?
One question, would you, Councilor Armstrong, would you have an issue starting an hour later? Because I know when you say your hauling is from 7 till 5, that doesn't mean the activity out there starts at 7, it starts before that. So if you were to change that to 8 a.m., then the earliest the activity would start out there is about 7:30.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can look at. These are all also things that'll be addressed in our development or application. Actually, Travis wants to comment on this.
So my name is Travis Biswanger. I'm with the operations at Lafarge. And to answer that question regarding start times, Lafarge actually operates numerous gravel pits within counties around the Calgary area on restricted hours, and we are very strict on no starts before our allowed time. There's no warm-up time or whatever. 7 o'clock is our start time. We consider if you start equipment or operations before that time, it's a violation of permit. So that's how we operate. So we don't really push those boundaries. That's not how we roll.
Thank you.
Councilor Baker, you had a question?
Yeah, Jennifer, could you give us the reasons why you didn't move the equipment up to the Carsland pit? Is the Carsland pit that you're using right now still operating and pulling gravel at the location it's at?
This is Travis again, if I can answer on Jennifer's behalf. So one of the reasons why this gravel pit was stagnant for so many years, it is a very fine sand that on its own cannot make product. It needs to be blended with another product from another source to make concrete spec sand. So that's why processing, washing, not crushing, is done over at Carsland with other material blended in. That's the primary reason why we would not be doing processing at the Taylor pit. It is a blend sand. It's not the sole source.
Also, do you think with the construction of 817 and 24, the realignment, that's going to pose problems like Councillor Eichert mentioned?
We have not seen the plans. I don't know if anybody has seen the plans from AT yet. I've heard rumors that there's going to be a service road that runs north-south along 817 that would keep us on the east side and then hit the intersection, and we won't be coming on the Witt Road, but that's all hearsay. I haven't seen the plans yet. So I'm kind of excited for that access to help the issues at that intersection that local residents have been enduring for a long time.
Any other questions for the applicant?
If I could answer an earlier question that was set forth by one of the councillors about the people employed. So actually right now about 25 to 30% of our employees actually reside within Wheatland County. Our supervisor that's been out there for 10 years lives in Lyalta himself. Some of the other, they live in Vulcan County and some come from Calgary. So there's a mixed diverse of where the employment comes from. And then as far as the cap levy based on our reserves, at the 30 cents a ton, we estimate with reserves that the cap levy paid over the duration of the pit would equal about $1.58 million of cap levy paid to the county on product extracted.
What time frame would you estimate that would be paid out over?
It's tough to say, but at this point, we've anticipated the life of the pit to be 25 years. So let's just say if we break that down over the next 25 years, that's about $63,000 a year. Obviously, it's going to fluctuate every year based on market demand, but I'd say that's a pretty safe number.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Just a note in terms of process.
Councillor Kester here.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kester.
I haven't seen the realignment plans yet either, and maybe this is a question for staff too. But presently, the haul route would be a short piece of county road, gravel road, I believe, and the rest is on provincial highway. I don't know what the realignment's going to look like, and in the future, if that 817 or 24 or some of it's going to fall into county hands, that's when I'm going to be concerned with so many trucks a day on county infrastructure over the 25 years. I'm not an engineer and I'm not but I've always been told in council that a paved road lasts about 25 years. And if you can get it to last 25 years, that's your cheapest road. So if this road falls into county hands, would Lafarge be willing to enter into a road agreement with the county, whereas you would, I would say, even pave that? I know in different parts of the province, I see gravel pits paving pieces of road in the province for the counties. I was wondering if you would entertain that here. You say something in there about pest control and how conditions get bad, you'll suspend. But over the course of 25 years, I would think pavement would be a benefit not only to Lafarge, but to the residents of the area too. I don't know what it'll look like, but I'm just throwing that out there. If in the future that becomes county road, I would really like to see a road agreement there of some sort.
This is Travis speaking again. I would love to see that service road, if it is aligned on the east side, paved as well. I know the county also extracts gravel to the east of us, so it'd be a shared use road with county gravel traffic. So I think it'd be beneficial for us all. I guess we have to wait until the tender is released and what they're dictating what we need to do there. So we might have to visit that in the future as it develops.
Any other questions?
I guess I have a question for staff. Is that something that agreement can be done at the permit, stage,
Development permit?
development permit?
So through the chair, this is application for redesignation. I understand that the development permit is a discretionary use that's coming before, I believe, before council. Correct me if I'm wrong, Megan or Matt. Afterwards, so that could be a condition that is placed on the development approval is upgrades of the adjacent roads. Just to speak to Councillor Kester's discussion there a little bit. Since the early 90s, we've had an understanding with Alberta Transportation that when they realign portions of Highway 24, Highway 817, that the remainder of Highway 24 is expected to be turned back over to the county. So this realignment, as I understand it, would still be under the jurisdiction of Alberta Transportation. The remainder of Highway 24 to the west is the portion that would be degazetted and turned back to a county road. Like I said, that was the understanding we had back in the early 90s, a letter submitted and an agreement, quasi-agreement in place. And that's what Transportation's been going forward with ever since. So how that details, what upgrades we require of that at that time are still left to be hashed out, I guess.
Thank you.
Hi, Scott Clausen here. Just kind of look and listen to what's going on, and I hear about this road that's going to be, you know, there's a future plan, and that kind of dictates what's going to happen here. How do we have an estimate when they're going to have an actual plan done, and can we defer this till we see that, so we know what we're getting into for a long time? Because this is we're moving ahead here for something that's going to have a 25-year lifespan. We want to make sure that traffic impacts are done right. We want to make sure that there has been fatalities in the area in the past with school buses and things like that. The last thing I want to see is something happening. I drive that road quite often. It's very narrow. There's going to be trucks coming in going southbound off a curve that is extremely narrow, very rutted, needs maintenance right now, and that's nobody's fault but Alberta Transportation's. And I want to see how this road is going to look, because it is for somebody accelerating southbound with a full load, it's going to take them a while to get up to speed. And you know, there's been rear ends there before. There's been accidents at that intersection. I think it's our due diligence to see what it's going to look like.
And I think, and administration can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of those details around what might be required for conditions need to be addressed at the development permit stage. Right now, we're just looking at the redesignation. So I think it's an important conversation, but I think, and maybe the timing will line up better between the development permit and some of Alberta Transportation's plans. So we might have more details as to what's being planned for the realignment and that type of thing. Just in terms of process, unless there's more questions directly to the applicant, we could move to hearing, we'll hear from people in support of the application, people with concerns, and then just so the applicant is aware, you will have an opportunity to address any comments that are presented during the public hearing, and then staff will have a final opportunity to give final comments. I'm going to ask if there are any persons in support of the application who would like to speak.
Yes.
If you can just state your name.
Yes, this is Ray Kettenbaugh, speaking on behalf of the Taylor family, which owns the property. Just a few points I'd like to bring forward. 2% increase in traffic is a relatively small number. 2% more cream in your coffee really isn't going to make a big difference. As was stated, the county is using the gravel road on the north end this lands for their extraction. So there's already considerable extraction going on in the area. So a 2% increase in traffic is really a small number. This is a sand operation, not a gravel operation. So I think we need to think about that in terms of just the product that's going to be moved. To answer or provide a little more history to, I believe it was Councillor Armstrong's question on the history, that yes, my late father-in-law in 1979, the entire half section was under a development permit, but as was noted by Travis from Lafarge, that due to the nature of this sand, it has to be mixed off. And so as things went along, the operator on the northwest quarter did not have need for additional sand, and so no earth was moved on the northeast quarter. And so here we are now, where there's a demand for that kind of sand, so to be put back into operation. The intent has always been that would be put into extraction. That's why no irrigation was ever put on that land. The irrigation canal is right there. But to install irrigation on that piece of property, as others in the immediate area have, that would have been a no-brainer, but that was put off because there was development of sand. So a little bit of history there since 1979, and of course, as many people will know, the community of Speargrass is built on a former gravel pit. So we need to strike a balance in terms of extraction of material and use. But again, a 2% increase in traffic, for many people, it won't be noticed. At harvest time, when farmers are delivering grain, the traffic flow is going to be considerably higher. But for 7 months of the year, while this work is underway, there will be times where there may not be as much traffic at all. And just to reiterate, the number of jobs that or people actually living in the community, Wheatland County, that do work for Lafarge. They are a good operator. The family had been approached by a number of people interested in this land for this sand, but Lafarge, by and large, was the one that we felt comfortable with because of their reputation and the work that they've done. So, as the applicant, there's always been consideration that this was going to happen. There's truck traffic on the roads from the county Wheatland's own trucks, and that number varies on any given day depending what happens. And the county's own pit is in close proximity, and there likely will be further development in that immediate area. There's only so much aggregate, as it was stated, that it's been there for millions of years, but as a society, we're not using less aggregate. And so at some point, the aggregate will need to be, removed. And as to the highway alignment, that's out of our control as an applicant. That's really a provincial matter. As landowner with land on either side of highway, what is currently Highway 817, we're going to be impacted, and we don't know exactly what that's going to look like. The county, has more information on that than we do. The Alberta Transportation, a number of years ago, acquired property for realignment. So a number of these steps, and yes, I'm coming to conclusion, but a number of these steps and for this project have been in place for a long time, and it's only now that we're looking at a point where we'd like to move ahead with this. So I respectfully thank the council and chair for their consideration.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in support of the application? there anybody who would like to speak with concerns or who is opposed to the application? If I can just check with administration, I don't want to miss anybody who had submitted comment requests due to technology or that type of thing. CAO Henderson, are you able to confirm?
Yes, I don't believe there was any. I was not notified of any.
Thank you. And does staff have any final comments?
I just have one. I think sorry, this is Megan speaking. One council member had spoken about perhaps waiting to see what happens with the realignment. My concern with that is that if we do decide to wait, bylaws do have a time restriction of 2 years. That third reading has to be granted after first reading is given. Otherwise, the bylaw will expire. That was just one thing I wanted to make a note of. Otherwise, I have no further comments.
Any final questions from council? I'll thank the applicant and all those present for attending the hearing and making submissions. If council feels they have all the information that is required, I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2020-21. We'll move back into council to consider further readings.
Through the chair, before I vote, I just want to make a comment that I agree with where Mr. Kettenball was coming from, and it referred back to some comments I'd made earlier. I did sit on that task force, and it was probably a 2-year process of getting that cap process in place, for the simple reason that these resources, that the gravel industry, and not just in Alberta but across Canada, had put in place 20, 30 years prior to when they go in and extract their resource, were getting froze out of their resources. They were not allowed to use it because of development that had happened during the 25 years. So the reason behind the cap was to put money into the communities where the effect was, the biggest effect was felt of the mining of that resource, and in this case it would be the Carsland-Muirfield area. So I don't have an issue with this. It's been in place for a long time. They've had the idea in the back of their mind when they originally came in 79, 80, whenever that was, to use that land for that resource. And I know some of the landowners have got complaints in, but I think due diligence when you're purchasing your lands, they knew that was there, and they knew that someday it might be accessed. So my only concern would be that when the conditions are put on there, that there be a condition in there that the council, because I know the cap goes into the general reserves, just general, that the cap that comes out of that mining of that area be guaranteed to be spent in that area, which we aren't doing at this time with the cap. So if there's 15,000, 20,000, 25,000 a year comes out of that area through the cap program, that is guaranteed to be spent in the Muirfield Carsland area for the benefit of the residents in that area. So Carsland area, I mean, yeah.
Carsland Speargrass.
Yes, Carsland Speargrass,
Thought I was
sorry.
doing cartwheels because you said
So,
Muirfield.
That's my only concern, and if council doesn't have an issue with that, I don't have a problem with the proposal.
Yes, they did separate out the cap. That's been happening for the last few years, and so there is a total for Carsland already that has been earmarked for our community from other pits.
No, from other ones, but not from this one.
No, but yeah.
And I think we need to have further council conversations about how we manage that cap levy as it's coming in and where it's expended.
I just want to state that I am not against this development. I am against the taxation, distribution of tax revenue and the fact that we will not be seeing very much of it. We are putting up with the headaches, and we are not getting the results. Like, we do not, so, and that's my biggest, like, I understand it takes a long time, and I'm not against this. This is where the sand and gravel is. They've done everything right. It's, in my opinion, we deserve a bigger cut of the pie, and I don't know how you do that. Like, you know, like, we can't go to Vulcan and say, look, you're using our materials, and we want some of your M&E. That ain't gonna work. But, I mean, like, for 1.2 million over 25 years, and the headaches involved in that, I just don't see we have to we're gonna be financially pressed in these coming years, and there has to be another way that we can get more revenue out of this. I just don't know what it is.
I think, and I have limited understanding of aggregate and its uses, but I do think we have to keep in context too that aggregate is necessary for other industrial development, and that, I think that was part of the foundation of the work that Councillor Armstrong did, was that these are necessary materials for what we are trying to attract in terms of investment in Wheatland, which is industry. And without aggregate and all of its products, we can't develop industry either, so. There is a fair amount of aggregate development in this area already, like.
In our area, for sure, yeah. That's where it's at, right?
I was curious about the impact to the traffic, and because those roads are busy for this particular development. The majority of the brunt on the transportation system is on the province at this time, recognizing that that could change. But I do think there are some considerations that we can look at the development permit stage that would address some of the concerns that have been raised.
I have seen the alignment. It is gonna help our community. There's no doubt about it, for Speargrass. And, that realignment is earmarked for next year. So, you know, for down the road, and who knows, maybe even this had something to do with it. But, going forward, I think that alignment would help with the traffic control in all areas, all the 2100 on the one, going one way and 1700 going the other.
And I think it behooves council to put as much pressure as we possibly can through staff and through council, whether it's others to the ministers or whatever it is, to put as much pressure as we can on transportation to make sure that those areas are looked after when they're needed, not 10 years after they're needed, but prior to, as you were saying, that work's been needed for quite a while, and we need to put as much pressure as we can on the government to get those things in place.
And we have had that intersection. I know you guys were talking about AT about it prior to the five of us being on council, and we've continued. I think it's come up at almost every meeting with AT, so we will continue to advocate for that, so.
But I think, and I agree we have, but I think as development builds, the pressure has to build to get that stuff done too, so.
Yeah.
Council's wishes.
So I would like to move that the council move second reading for bylaw 2020-21, being the bylaw, the purpose of amending the land use bylaw of 2016-01 to redesignate 156.01 acres within northeast 422-25 west of 4M for agricultural from agricultural general to national resource extraction.
Council discussion. I'm assuming as shown on the attached Schedule A forming part of the.
Yeah, and attached, yeah. I got tired of reading it, sorry.
So the recommendation from administration as presented, any discussion? Is any counselor opposed?
I am.
So we're going to move to a roll call vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Counselor Wilson.
In favor.
Counselor Bigger.
Favor?
Counselor Eichert.
Opposed?
Counselor Kester.
In favor.
Counselor Armstrong. Motion is carried. Counselor Armstrong has moved third reading. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed?
Yes.
We'll move to a roll call vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Counselor Wilson.
In favor.
Counselor Bigger.
Favor?
Counselor Eichert.
Opposed?
Counselor Kester.
In favor.
Counselor Armstrong. Motion is carried. We'll move to the public hearing for bylaw 2020-25. I'll call the public hearing to order. Welcome. Does any member of the public have an objection to any counselor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the MGA?
Administration can confirm that, yes.
Thank you. And are there any written submissions?
There were none, no.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Megan.
Good morning again. Megan presenting bylaw 2020-25. The report for this one starts on page 40 of council package. The bylaw is amending land use bylaw to update multiple land use districts, specific use regulations, applications for development and subdivision, and definitions regarding recreational vehicles used for quarantine or self-isolation and the COVID-19 temporary payment deferral incentive. So staff circulated the bylaw to other county departments and to external agencies and didn't receive any concerns or objectives. Oh. Hello, all good?
You bet, thank you.
Okay. Protective Services noted that they were using discretion with regards to the enforcement of municipal bylaws and provincial statutes. In this proposed bylaw amendment, staff is proposing a new definition for recreational vehicle for quarantine or self-isolation. They are also proposing that this use is not required to obtain a development permit and that this use expires on October 2021. If this timeline would need to be extended, a land use bylaw amendment would need to be completed. Staff would also like to note that come October 2021, in order to complete, oh, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I think I'm just going to briefly recess the public hearing because Deputy Reeve Clausen has stepped out and I don't want him to be absent for any of the public hearing.
Okay.
So we'll just take a 5-minute recess. Sorry,
Okay.
Megan, for interrupting.
No, no worries. Thank you.
We'll call the public hearing back to order. Megan, if we could just ask you to start the presentation over again.
Yeah, certainly. Okay, so this is bylaw 2020-25. The report starts on page 40 of your council package. This bylaw is amending the land use bylaw to update multiple land use districts, specific use regulations, applications for development and subdivision, and definitions regarding recreational vehicles used for quarantine or self-isolation, and the COVID-19 temporary payment deferral incentive. Staff circulated the bylaw to other county departments and to external agencies and did not receive any concerns or objections. Protective Services had noted that they were using discretion with regards to enforcement of the municipal bylaw and provincial statutes. Staff posted the bylaw amendment in the paper and online and received no written responses. In this proposed bylaw amendment, staff is proposing a new definition for recreational vehicle for quarantine or self-isolation. This use is not required to obtain a development permit, and it expires on October 2021. If this timeline would need to be extended, a land use bylaw amendment would need to be completed. As well, if the if it comes to October 2021, in order to completely remove the use from the land use bylaw, it will need to go through an amendment and a public hearing process again. The new use is included in the land use districts that have any type of dwelling as a use, excluding dwelling employee. In bylaw 2020-25, staff included amendments to the applications for development and subdivision section of the land use bylaw to accommodate the new COVID-19 temporary payment deferral incentive program. If council does not wish to amend the land use bylaw to include the new use, staff is still recommending the proposed amendments number 4 and 5 still be considered in order to align the land use bylaw with the new incentive program. In staff's review of the relevant policies and plans, there weren't any policies, guidelines, nor objectives that pertain to the proposed amendments. On page 40, staff's recommendations are to move second reading of bylaw 2020-25 and to move third reading. Council has 3 options before them: to approve the proposed recommendation, to not accept it, or to accept an alternate recommendation. Thanks so much. That concludes my presentation.
Any questions for administration? I have one question on page 45 of the package, under 2, amending the following definition of recreation vehicle. I just wanted to check if, by amending the definition to make a recreational vehicle a dwelling if it's being used for quarantine or self-isolation measures, just to see if there would be any tax implications to that.
That is a good question, and one I don't know off the top of my head.
Madam Reeve, I would suggest that there wouldn't be, but I'm going to defer to the finance. I'll phone a friend.
Could you repeat the question, Madam?
So on page 45 of our package, we are considering an amendment to the definition of recreational vehicle. Typically, a recreational vehicle is not considered a dwelling. In this case, we would be making an exception to allow it to be used as a dwelling in terms of if somebody needed to use it for quarantine or self-isolation during the pandemic. It's just temporary, but I'm just hopeful that we wouldn't be taxing an RV if somebody was using it as a dwelling.
I don't believe so. I'll confirm, but no, I don't believe so.
Yeah, since Brian from administration, I'm very certain that if, kind of the general rule of thumb is that if it's like a mobile unit, it wouldn't be taxed because it can kind of move off the property. If it was like off the wheels and like almost like a permanent structure, then it would be, but under this circumstance, I don't think that's the intention of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for administration?
What's the timeline? I either missed
So October
the year.
2021. Just over a year. For the, you're speaking to the RVs.
The specific date is October 1st, 2021.
I got it.
Top of page 45.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is there anybody who would like to speak in favor of the amendment? Anybody who has concerns or is opposed? And does staff have any final comments?
Staff has no final comments.
Thank you. If council doesn't have anything else, I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2020-25. Council's wishes.
I'll move that second reading for bylaw 2020-25. This being the bylaw, the purpose of amending the land use bylaw of 2016-01 to update multiple land use districts, specific use regulations, applications for development and subdivision, and definitions regarding recreation vehicles used for quarantine or self-isolation, and the COVID-19 temporary payment deferred incentive.
Councillor Bigger has moved second reading. Any council discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of third reading.
So moved, Councillor Armstrong.
Councillor Armstrong has moved third reading. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll now open the public hearing for bylaw 2020-28. And does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that notice of the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the MGA?
We can confirm that, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, council members. This is Graham Allison. I'm presenting bylaw 2020-28. This application from the county would implement textual changes to the land use bylaw in order to clarify definitions, remove contradicting uses or provisions, correct minor errors, and to clarify the purpose and intent of select land use districts. Changes to the land use bylaw are proposed in the following sections, or the following parts. Part 2, definition, which would amend certain definitions as well as adding and removing. Part 7, general regulations. Part 8, specific use regulations. And Part 9, land use districts, particularly the industrial general district and the agricultural general district. This proposal is in general alignment with the goals and objectives of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Municipal Development Plan, and the Regional Growth Management Strategy. Staff has conducted internal and external circulations, as well as posting notice of the public hearing on the website and in newspapers. In conclusion, staff is recommending that council approves bylaw 2020-28. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Any questions for administration? Are there any persons who would like to speak in support of the amendments? Anybody who would like to speak who has concerns or is opposed to the amendments? Any final comments from staff?
Through the REIB, I'd just like to clarify with our circulation that we did receive no objections as well. I don't think I mentioned that before. Thanks.
And I neglected to ask in between, so thank you. Any final questions? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing for bylaw 2020-28.
I'll move second reading of bylaw 2020-28, this being a bylaw for the purpose of amending land use bylaw number 2016-01 to update multiple definitions, general regulations, specific use regulations, and land use districts.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved second reading. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
Councillor Eckert will move third reading.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.1.4, bylaw 2020-29. First reading and consideration, or scheduling of public hearing.
Good morning again, Council. This is Megan presenting bylaw 2020-29. This report starts on page 66 of Council's package. So this bylaw is proposing to redesignate approximately 5 acres of land from agricultural general to country residential. The parent parcel is at the Township Road 224 and Range Road 264 intersection, approximately 7.2 kilometers northwest of Carsland. The location is on page 73 of Council's package. So staff circulated the bylaw to other county departments and to external agencies and did receive a few comments. Unfortunately, the comment summary uploaded was blank, so I'll summarize the 2 comments received. The first one was from the development officer, commenting that there was no concern so long as the existing structures and septic met the appropriate setbacks. Staff reached out to the surveyor, but has yet to receive a map that shows those setbacks. The second comment was from the Agricultural and Environment Department. In summary, they had no concern from an environmental perspective. However, they did note that the water well servicing this proposed redesignation subdivision was likely the most senior well in the quarter section. Agriculture, Environment, and Planning and Development discussed at length the matter of the 6th parcel and the Water Act Ministerial Regulation, Provision 9, and Water Act Provision 23.3 requirements for groundwater study. As staff indicated in the report, if a groundwater report is provided for the remainder parcel and it proves that an additional water well for household use would not have an impact on the existing water users, that would satisfy the requirements in the Water Act Ministerial Regulation Section 9 and Water Act Section 23, open bracket, close bracket 3. At this time, there's no proposed development. The redesignation is being applied for to facilitate a future subdivision. The area being redesignated is the yard area, as can be seen on page 75 in the aerial imagery. In staff's preliminary review of the relevant policies and plans, this proposed redesignation does not comply with the county's MDP, or Municipal Development Plan. The redesignation is being applied for to facilitate a subdivision, which will result in 6 subdivisions in the quarter section. The MDP states any subdivision resulting in more than 5 parcels will require an area structure plan and municipal water and wastewater hookups. As neither were provided nor are possible, staff must recommend refusal. The 6th parcel policy stems from the Water Ministerial Regulation, Section 9. This section aims to protect current household and agricultural water users. This section also states that a report certified by a professional engineer or professional geoscientist must be submitted with the subdivision application that states an additional water diversion for household purposes will not interfere with any existing household users, licensees, or traditional agricultural users. If Council approves first reading of this bylaw, staff will request the applicant submit a groundwater report for the remainder parcel in order to determine if an additional household user will impact existing household users, licensees, or traditional agricultural users. Going back up to page 66, staff's recommendation is there that Council refuse first reading. However, Council does have 3 options. They can approve our recommendation, they cannot approve it, or they can accept an alternate recommendation. This does conclude my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, question to staff. My understanding from before, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. Before first reading, an ASP is a fairly structural document. I always thought we looked at concept plans prior to the first reading. Because there's no guarantee they're going to get a first reading. Why would an applicant spend the money to get an ASP in place? That's a binding document, is it not? I always thought that they were, once they had first reading, then they went into the process of spending some money to get the information together for the public hearing, which includes an ASP. So have we changed how we look at ASPs?
Maybe. I've not had an application come forward that required an ASP very recently. From what I understand, we have to have the ASP in place first, as it denotes what land use would be in the area. And then the land use would come after the area structure plan, just because it is a higher governing document.
I don't think that answers my question. I'm sure before we never had an ASP prior to a first read. Always after there's no guarantee, ASP is not an ASP, that's a concept plan is a concept plan. An ASP is a defined document that you have put things in place you have to follow. And it costs, whoever's the applicant, it costs them sufficient money to put those in place. Why would they do that before they even have a guarantee that we're gonna look at it?
That's correct. So, through the Reeve to Councillor Armstrong, not familiar with the previous process that was in place. We have changed things up a little bit, obviously, but you are correct in that the statutory document, of course, is an area structure plan. A concept plan is a concept plan. But in terms of the process that we're outlining now, I've noted to staff that we're going to look into this as a potential gap in the process, but otherwise we have one now, and I can't really comment on what was previously done.
Esther here.
Go ahead.
Previously when we had influx and previous to this sixth parcel out or fifth parcel out, we put in growth management plans and area structure plans to try and come up with some rationale to all these subdivisions that were happening. So we did do a growth, what do they call it? A growth plan, and we didn't do any subdivisions for almost a half a year or more. So we did do some of these statutory plans before we did subdivision or redesignations. It's just that we always, I think, did the area structure plan first, so we knew what we were getting into instead of doing the redesignation and say, oh, look what we created, and then you do another one and another one. That's what we used to do. Then we come up with the idea of the area structure plan, so we knew what the possibilities might be. So yeah, I'm concerned. So many parcels in the quarter section.
I guess my question back to you then, Glenn, would be, we didn't have the ASPs in place before the first reading.
Sometimes we did. If they wanted to do over the sixth thing, I believe we wanted the ASP in place in case there was 7 or 8.
Because we never even knew it was on the table. All first reading does is put it on the table. There's no guarantee they're going to get first reading. Why would they spend the money on it?
Well, if you don't have the area structure plan, then why would you give them first reading? It's a chicken and egg thing to me.
Oh. So if this one is turned down, then they have to start the process all over again. Cost of the applications and everything else, right?
To the planner too, if you'd like to answer that. And then I have some supplementary comments.
Hello, through the Reeve. If they were applying with the exact same application, they would need to wait 6 months before they submitted another redesignation application? Or are you talking about submitting an area structure plan first?
No, if this isn't passed today or allowed, then there's nothing. So to start all over again, they'd have to start at ground zero. Any costs or anything affiliated with any of the permits or anything would have to be redone.
Yes, they've not submitted any reports. So the only money that they've spent that I'm aware of is for the application itself.
Yeah, but they'd still have to that would still be an additional cost. They'd have to pay it twice.
Correct, yeah.
And sorry, just to follow up with Megan's comments. So if council will recall, we did modify the process in order to streamline it at first reading. So thereby modifying, we don't require those studies for those costs. It is something that many municipalities do. This is a more like cost-efficient process for the applicant as well. To the point of the area structure plans, I just want to highlight that as we are going through the municipal development plan, we are reevaluating the requirements for an area structure plan. If council recalls, we brought back this to a planning and priorities meeting to discuss area structure plans to eliminate, rescind, and reevaluate our area structure plans. So that is the first step in terms of rescinding and lessening the amount of area structure plans. The reason why we had so many is some of the requirements in our development plan and our land use bylaw that speak to each other with those requirements for area structure plans. That's why we have so many historically. The 6th parcel out is the requirement that we have in terms of constructing those area structure plans. And now that we're going through the municipal development plan review, it's a time to kind of consider what are those requirements, ask the whys of why do we require an area structure plan with regards to the existing conditions that are placed on it, and how do we modify it in order to better streamline it. Because this process and what we're talking about today, it's one of the major results that we're having this conversation. So we are reviewing the process with the requirements for those statutory documents to try to better streamline our process.
And I guess I understand all that. I guess my concern is that as a developer, as somebody applying for this, I have nothing until I have first reading. So I'm very skeptical on spending a pile of money on any kind of document until I at least know the council's willing to look at it. First reading gives me that opportunity. After first reading, then fine, throw everything you can at them to get things in place. But if we're not even willing to look at it, why would I spend money prior to first reading? That comes at the public hearing side. He can't even, whoever's making the application can't even make a presentation at first reading. So there's nothing. We're just saying, yeah, we'll listen.
That's right.
That's when.
And good point, Madam Reeves, to council. We have that discussion at first reading, so this is all taken into consideration. We certainly communicate with the applicant, but council at first reading does have discretion for the requirement of the area structure plan as well, just to make a note.
Then you're putting a condition on first reading.
The comment that, like the comments and what we're having this conversation now, what we do is we move forward with the applicant after first, and we have the conversation afterwards, so they know.
It might be thick-headed today, but the way I'm looking at it is if I want first reading, you have a condition on that first reading, and that is I have to supply an ASP. And my understanding was that you can't put conditions on the first reading, the second reading. That comes at the now we're saying that there's a condition to getting your first reading.
Well, the condition is more already integrated into our MDP, saying that any development that would trigger a 6th, like it wouldn't be
I
a
understand all
condition
that.
of
I'm
first
just saying
reading,
that
it would be already.
First reading only puts it on the table.
Yes.
After that, then throw everything you want at them. But first reading is the only guarantee as a developer that I have that you're even going to listen to me. Prior to that, there's nothing.
I guess my point being is that before applying for the first reading, they knew that they're going to have to do an ASP. So why would they not do it?
But you're putting you're putting a condition on the bylaw then, and that's my.
But we have a policy that we have that anything on the 6th one has to have a plan.
It creates that, but that doesn't mean I have to. I still need to know if you're going to listen to me.
Mm.
And that's all I don't have to agree to anything after the first reading. I'm just going to hear your proposal.
There is that challenge though, because council may be more willing to hear from somebody who has a complete application or a willingness to present a complete application. The way I interpreted this was perhaps, and maybe I interpreted incorrectly, was that there maybe wasn't a willingness to submit a complete application at any stage, but an applicant may change that based on conversation they hear at first reading potentially, or council
So then is council going to back off? If there's an ASP in place, that's a statutory document, as you said, so everything in there, we've held, in the past, we've held the planner, or the applicant's feet to the fire to make sure they follow everything that's in that ASP. So they've had to expend quite a pile of money to get that ASP where they feel it's comfortable to go ahead. If we're gonna backtrack and say the ASP is basically a high level, just, see, that's a concept plan. The ASP is what they follow into the future, and we've had, and the one that we've had the problem with it on was, Deerfield, if I remember right, there was some issues because of the ASP, and it wasn't in the ASP to start with, and there was issues around that, so maybe my history is starting to flood me a little bit, but I have some grave concerns about forcing somebody to put all that in place prior to me telling them that I will even listen to them.
And through the Reeve to council and Councillor Armstrong, I see where you're going with that. So, and I agree. So there's a couple things here that we need to consider, but I want to focus, my comments will be specific to this application. And it is my understanding that when staff met with this applicant specifically wanted to proceed this way. This is what staff have been telling me, so.
Well, why haven't they presented an ASP?
I can't, I would defer to the planner too, if you can answer that question during your conversations.
They didn't want to. They're only proposing a single lot subdivision. An area structure plan for a single lot is a bit superfluous.
Can't appeal the decision. If it's turned down, there's no appeal process.
For the first reading of this redesignation, that's correct, unless there were issues with the circulation and all the other stuff. The applicant will be able to apply again in 6 months, but that would be their only course of action.
They can only appeal the process, not the decision.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, they can't appeal the area structure plan, they can't appeal the redesignation, you can't repeal bylaws in general. Why would council not listen to a redesignation that is part of an area structure plan that council has granted? That would be, I don't know, highly unusual, I would say. And if they're only going after one subdivision or one redesignation in the plan area, at least council has that reassurance that we're not going to give him a subdivision and then all of a sudden next year comes another one. We have that ASP. And if he wants 2 or 3 in 2 or 3 years, we don't know their plans. And at some point, we're going to have to say, give us an area structure plan. And we can't redesignate a property and say, give us an area structure plan, because that becomes a condition on the bylaw. But asking for an area structure plan before we grant first reading is not a condition on the bylaw. It's a process. The condition is when it's embedded in the bylaw, and you can't have conditions in a bylaw. You can only have conditions on development agreements. So I'll still go back to the area structure plan, and if we can come up with a better way of guaranteeing 6, 7, 8, 9, what the future of that parcel is going to look like, I'm still going to go back and wait for our discussion to happen on process. But right now, that's our process, to have an area structure plan. And until we come up with a better idea, I'm going to stick with it.
So I think the conundrum before us right now is we're being presented with first reading. At this point, there is no ASP. An ASP may be drafted prior to second reading. That would be at the applicant's discretion with administration working together, is my understanding. So it's and council has the discretion to grant first reading. Administration is recommending refusal based on the fact that it's not consistent with our MDP at this point, and because of the interface with that water regulation section 9.
Excuse me, I'm just getting confused. This applicant is asking for, we have a bylaw, for lack of better word,
In our MDP.
5 acres, or five titles on a quarter section of land. They're asking for, they don't want to go through everything else, because an ASP, the way we've got it, if you want to have more than 6 titles on a piece of property, you have to have county water and wastewater. That is probably almost impossible in any jurisdiction, maybe outside of Gleason, somewhere out there, you might be able to do that. So they're asking for, they're trying to rescind that, and if we allow that for this one, then the 5 acre, or the five titles to a quarter is out the window, and we have to have some control. So, and I understand ASPs are horribly expensive, but there are times that the chips fall just the way they fall. That it would be nice if you could have 6 or 7. In some properties, you might be able to do that. It might be okay, but the rules are 5 and then an ASP. So they knew that, and they still decided to go ahead with it. And they are trying to get us to change our minds, which is their right. But I really would be, it's unfortunate that there is that discrepancy, but they knew what, they were warned about about putting their money in to do this, because we have rules. So I don't see a problem that, if you know what the rules are and you choose to roll the dice, that's on you.
I'd like to propose that the recommendation for 2020-29 be not approved.
So you are moving
Proposed
the
recommendation
recommendation to refuse, or
To
you're moving
refuse.
to approve?
to refuse.
So you're accepting the recommendation?
Yes.
Or moving the recommended motion? Councillor Bigger is moving Resolution 1 as per the top of page 66, a resolution to refuse first reading.
Correct.
Council discussion.
Yeah, I'll support the motion. Wilson here, I'll support the motion. Just with previous comments noted, I agree with Amber that I would be more willing to listen to someone at first reading and the following readings if they had an ASB at the start. I mean, that's policy. I've been pretty consistent on making sure that we don't have too many parcels and dwellings out on quarters. So for that reason, I'll support Donna's motion. And just a comment, I know prior at planning and priorities, we talked about having discussion after motion. And there was a lot of discussion before these two motions. So I'm just curious if that's how we're going about, because I thought we decided that we were going to put a motion on the floor first and then discuss. But I could be wrong.
I think we kind of talked about two things. So if there's sort of questions about the application, whether they're procedural or questions to administration, then we would entertain a motion, and then we would entertain debate on the motion. So I don't recall everything that we've discussed. Some of it was questions about the application. Some of it was debate. So we will try and refrain from debating prior to having a motion on the floor. There is a motion on the floor now, so debate away.
call the vote?
We can vote to call the vote, but I wasn't hearing any kind of further debate, so. Any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.1.5, bylaw 2020-31, municipal reserve disposal.
Megan again, Reeve and Council. Just bear with me right quick. So I'm presenting bylaw 2020-31. This report starts on page 77 of Council's package. This bylaw is disposing of approximately 0.7 acres of municipal reserve land within the hamlet of Rosebud. The location map on page 80 of Council's package, and the location map is on page 80 of Council's package, and the parcel itself is north of the Martin Ave Highway 840, or just down the hill from the Rosebud in there. So staff circulated the bylaw to other county departments and to external agencies, and generally did not receive any comments of concern. Alberta Culture and Tourism noted that there was an historic resources impact assessment required for the proposed stormwater retention pond, which needs to be completed before construction can begin. The applicant is proposing to construct their stormwater pond within the proposed municipal reserve disposal area. You can see the conditionally approved subdivision with the proposed disposal on page 81. Photos of the site were taken and can be viewed between pages 83 and 85. The final design drawings for the stormwater pond are currently being reviewed by our Public Works Department and engineer. And staff's preliminary review of all the relevant policies and plans, there are no specific policies or guidelines that address municipal reserve disposal. The Rosebud Area Structure Plan identifies this parcel as open space, and though a stormwater pond isn't typically considered an appropriate use for open space, there is potential for the pond to be an amenity to the existing open space. Of course, the proposal does align with the Rosebud River Ridge concept plan. On page 77 is staff's recommendation, and I did want to note, I didn't include in here that there are financial implications. When the municipality disposes of municipal reserve, we do have to advertise with a sign, and I believe that sign is going to cost us $210 or thereabouts to post it at the site to let the residents know that there is going to be an MR disposal. So staff's recommendation is on page 77, and we're recommending that council grant first reading of bylaw 2020-31 and that a public hearing be scheduled for September 15th, 2020. Council has three options. They can approve the proposed recommendation, they cannot approve it, or they can accept an alternative recommendation. That does conclude my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Council's wishes.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Kester has moved first reading. Deputy Reeve Clausen has a question.
So by disposing of land, is there financial, is there cost associated with that land transfer? Is someone buying it from us? Or are we just redesignating it for? I think of it as if someone had to do this on their own land for subdivision, this is creating off-site storage that would be given a more developable land at our cost. So is there a financial transfer that goes on with that? Does that make sense?
Yes. So it's a little complicated. The land is going to be staying in the county's name, as the stormwater pond is going to eventually be transferred to us. So what's going to happen if the MR disposal goes through, when the proposed subdivision, as shown on page 81 of council's package, once they've completed all of their conditions and the application, the subdivision package is submitted to land titles, that MR disposal area will be transferred into a public utility lot. So it still remains in county land. Just a stormwater pond isn't an appropriate use on municipal reserve. When the subdivision and area concept plan were first approved, there was a quote-unquote land trade that happened. The applicant is designating some of their land for municipal reserve. Apologies, I can't, it's hard to try to explain it. So there's a pathway along the eastern side of the proposed subdivision that's going to be MR. They've submitted and we've approved the landscaping plan. There's going to be benches and trees and stuff along there. So there's a little walking path behind those parcels. There's going to be a little slip of municipal reserve along Jackson Ave, running perpendicular to it, leading up to what is going to be environmental reserve just on the side of that steeper hill area on the northwestern side of the proposed subdivision. So the developer proposed a trade of sorts, so giving us some municipal reserve land as land, and then also giving us cash in lieu for municipal reserve in order to have the stormwater pond in the proposed area here that's being disposed of. Hopefully does that clarify things?
Yes, thank you. It brings back I recall some of this from before. Thanks.
Okay, perfect.
Is that, just a question, is that stormwater pond not in a flood area?
I don't know, actually. It is the CP rail is the eastern border of that parcel. In order to get their stormwater pond there, in order to release some of the stormwater, they had to get approval to put a pipe in underneath the rail to the Rosebud River. So the pond will also be accepting some of the water from the rest of the hamlet too, as well as the proposed subdivision.
Yeah, I understand. I'm gonna ask Councillor Kester. There was some issue about that 7, 8 years ago with development in that area, and was it not because that's a floodplain that there was no development? What was the issue down there?
There was, I don't believe it's a floodplain. The highest anybody's seen water there, I was told a few years ago when that campground completely flooded, that was about 3 years ago. It never got above the bridge, and it certainly didn't cross the highway there. So that land is higher than the highway for sure. As far as any other stormwater running in there from the rest of the hamlet, there's a little bit, like, used to come down from the country in when they built that there, and I think it was maybe just have to ask Mike, but I'm thinking it was like from eaves troughs and stuff, and the ground got saturated over time, and there was a slide in the county. We went in and put riffraff there and fixed that all up, and that seems to be holding. It's a pretty steep hill, but just allow water to run down, it's not a good idea either. But it was municipal reserve, but I can't remember what was there before. That predates me. I just cannot remember what was in there. And it's a park area, and the residents there kind of wanted at one time plant trees and picnic tables, but they've more or less went back over to that old stock car racing track, and they built a gazebo there, and we just made some boundary adjustments there for their gazebo and stuff, and they got some outhouses there, so they seem to be over there. I haven't heard anybody really want to do anything on that piece of municipal reserve. And the storm pond is just in the corner there, a low spot there. It does at times have water in it, and I don't think there'd be much excavation going there. If anything, it'd probably enhance the pond or enhance the property. I don't have a problem with it, but I can't think of any concerns except that they wanted it left as a park-like setting, and there has been some people went down and planted some trees along the bottom of the hill. But, no, there hasn't been any recent talk with me about it, that's for sure. I don't know, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just was trying to remember, there was some issues, and things are still going through my mind, something about a rail. Some guy was setting up something with a rail line or some, but anyways, I was more concerned that it was in a floodplain, but if you don't think it's in a floodplain, then if staff doesn't have an issue with that, then I'm fine with it.
Yeah, the rail guy, he's developing it in the hamlet. He is currently working with the county trying to get the proper zoning on that. But yeah, he has a huge rail road he wants to set up on that property. So no, they didn't like the idea too much of developing that. Just leave it as green space.
If we do consider first reading, there is an opportunity for public input as well at the public hearing, just to hear people that are in support of this proposal or opposed.
And I think, stormwater ponds and everything have to go through Alberta Environment and Parks, and if it's in a floodplain, they will tell us that it can't be there.
Council's wishes. Oh, there is a motion on the floor. My apologies. Councillor Kester has moved first reading. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. A second motion to schedule the public hearing.
I'll move the public hearing be scheduled for September 15th at 9 a.m. at Wheatland County Council Chambers.
Councillor Kester has moved to schedule the public hearing. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 2.1.6, land redesignation bylaw.
Good morning again, council members. This is Graham Allison again, presenting bylaw 2020-32 to redesignate a 17.48 acre parcel within Northwest 122622 west of the 4th Meridian, from Agricultural General District to Parks and Recreation District. The subject parcel, which can be seen on page 89 of your agenda package, is owned by Wheatland County next to the Severn Creek Reservoir. It's currently being used for fishing, day use, and camping. Staff has circulated internal and external agencies about this file and will, after first reading, circulate landowners within a 1 mile radius of the subject land. Through internal discussions with administration, we have also determined that the residents of Rosebud will be circulated on this application. So far, no objections have been received. The tentative plan, located on page 91 of your agenda package, shows that the site currently contains a picnic tables, fire pits, and outhouses. The proposed redesignation would bring this parcel into alignment with the recreational uses that are already existing on site. There is no water servicing on site, but there is a holding tank within the site. The proposal is in general alignment with the strategies, objectives, and policies within the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the Regional Growth Management Study, the Municipal Development Plan, and this redesignation will bring the parcel into better alignment with the land use bylaw. In conclusion, administration is recommending that council grant first reading to bylaw 2020-32 and schedule a public hearing for September 15th, 2020. That concludes this presentation, and I am available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Council's wishes.
I'll move first reading.
Councillor Kester has moved first reading. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move the public hearing for bylaw 2020-32 be scheduled for September 15th, 2020 at 9 a.m. at Wheatland County Council Chambers.
Councillor Kester has moved the scheduling of the public hearing. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Administration is recommending that we schedule a planning and priority session for following MPC on September 8th. Does that work for council? If so, a motion to schedule. Move. Councillor Bigger has moved. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We also need a resolution to schedule a special council meeting for August 25th, 2020 in Hizar, 6:30 p.m.
So moved.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any discussion?
Madam Reed, just Brian from administration, maybe just to strengthen that, resolution a little bit, just to note that it's going to be scheduled at the Hizar Community Hall.
Just a note that it will be scheduled at the Hizar Community Hall on the evening of August 25th at 6:30 p.m. Any discussion?
6:30 or 6?
6:30, I have.
6:30 is on the agenda.
To be early.
I have 6 just so I would show up early.
Maybe that's why I haven't checked.
Maybe you thought the same as I did.
Okay.
Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Reeves report is in the package. Don't think there's anything too exciting to point out.
Exciting? Wasn't it exciting at the time?
The obviously big topic of discussion will follow approval of my report just regarding the assessment model review. I am looking just for some council direction regarding that. But I don't really have anything to note. CMRB, basically we just had to update. We did have one, essentially a veto vote by Calgary just on the timing of the engagement timeline, but then there was some further discussion and motions that followed that. We were just looking for adequate time to conduct that engagement and some concerns about conducting that during the summer. I'll move that my report be accepted as presented. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. You will also see attached some of the documentation that RMA has prepared and shared regarding the assessment model review and the impacts on Wheatland County. We did send the information, we forwarded it to the 4 MLAs that represent Wheatland County in the legislature. And I did have a follow-up conversation with Minister here, and I did also receive correspondence back from MLA Schau, just indicating that he had received the information and was taking it into consideration. I believe Deputy Reeve Clausen attended a council meeting in Meehill,
August 4th.
where Honorable Nathan Cooper was in attendance, hearing from Meehill, Reeve and Council. I have not spoken with Angela Pitt, but I do intend I thought I would follow up with each of the MLAs following this meeting once we had more direction on what approach our council wants to take. So I don't know if you want to speak to the meeting with Nihil?
Yes, Brian and I both attended August 4th, at the request of Nihil. The Reeve couldn't make it, so she asked me to attend. MLA Cooper was there. Basically, Nihil County was asking them, their impacts were huge, similar to ours. If get some reconsideration from the province on what to do. He made indication that there was some of the rural MLAs that felt that they want to try to make a change. So by us reaching out to our MLAs, I think is a good push on that regard. There was some indication said that the rural governments have reserves, the urbans don't, and the kind of almost looking in our bank accounts and seeing what we're doing. And I stated back that it was kind of that was not appropriate because we're looking ahead. We always have looked ahead, and that money's earmarked for future projects. We have huge costs to operate in the municipality. So basically, the sense I got from what was said there was it was more the urbans pushing that they want.
Well, and just through a couple of conversations with urban counterparts, I think there was maybe what I've been trying to convey is that this doesn't just impact rural municipalities, that there are indirect impacts that will clearly impact our urban neighbors as well, both in terms of cost-sharing agreements and agreements around recreation, things like that, as well as the implications on if our assessment is significantly decreased on education tax and how that split will be impacted as well. So I think that from a couple of the mayors that I've spoken with, I'm not sure that they initially had thought about it from that perspective. And so I think that's been some important messaging. I do feel like our rural MLAs understand the potential impacts, but I kind of have mixed feelings on the whole assessment model review. So I think all of us at all levels of government are going to be seeing significant impacts to our revenue post-COVID. Like that's just going to be a reality that we're all going to be facing. I would like to see changes to assessment. It hasn't been reviewed in our oil and gas industry for a long time. Some of my concerns, in particular with the models that are presented, is models A, B, and C, I believe all negatively impact the smaller tiers of oil and gas companies. And I've tried to kind of investigate a little bit just to see specifically within Wheatland, the makeup of the size of our oil and gas companies, and I haven't found that information at this point. But it can actually they could actually end up being assessed higher and paying more taxes, whereas basically the larger oil and gas companies are the ones who would see the assessment, the improvements, the decrease to their assessments. Those are some of my concerns.
Nihil County was very similar concerns that we have. Basically, level of service that moving forward, if this funding's cut, transfers to urbans. They even talked about, fire halls. Instead of having a fire hall in every hamlet, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll have to, decrease capacity. And so it's not just a one-time hit; it's an ongoing hit. So that's very concerning.
Starland there?
Starland was not there, but there was mention that Starland will probably turn to special areas.
Some real concern, yeah. Some big dollar losses. I'm surprised they weren't part of that.
There's question of viability of quite a few rural municipalities after this.
Yeah, and I have spoken with a councillor from Starland, and they are extremely concerned with the implications for their municipality. So the scenarios are on the screen. They're on our package on page 102.
Discussions with some of my ratepayers out in that area, they're asking about it. Concerned that this happens, then it's gonna shift back onto agriculture. It's gonna make a big impact if they get if they test that and even double what they're looking at now for land values.
Yeah, it would, I mean, we do still set the mill rate, so despite what could happen to assessment, I mean, you could still adjust your mill rate, but then you're gonna be disproportionately affecting your other non-residential, commercial and industry in the county. You could shift it to residential or agriculture. I think our council has been very firmly committed, and I know administration has circulated and even later in the package, has outlined some of the work that we've done with both our operating and our capital budgets. Like, I think we do have that commitment. Part of the challenge with this assessment model review is, and RMA pointed it out here, the depreciation curves, we can't even really project the future impacts on assessment, which is obviously when we're required to do long-term operating and capital budgets, if you don't know, because they ran these numbers, they didn't even necessarily provide the formulas or how they arrived at this. And so that makes it very challenging for us as a municipal council to do long-term budgeting when we don't know what that looks like. We don't even know year 2, year 3, never mind year 5.
Government removes that cap on the ag land. Around the time. Aren't gonna be able to countermand what they do if they cap off of it.
What I'd like to see us do is similar to what Nihil did. They had a PowerPoint presentation for their local MLA. We have access to many more. I'd like to see them all here at the same time and do a presentation to them and get their feedback. Being that we have some MLAs that are strictly rural, we have 1 or 2 that are more urban centered. I'd like to hear their perspective on this, because where they would stand. I think that would provide us some insight as to what's to happen.
I think you need not just some of them, I think you need to go after that rural caucus.
We have MLAs here that are both, right? So.
And I know in the rural caucus, I know Nate Horner is doing extensive advocacy work, or I've heard he's doing extensive advocacy work with the rural caucus. I do.
Well, and that, are we preaching to the choir if we're only talking to the rural caucus? I mean, they're going to hear it from everybody. We should be reaching out to the suburbs of the larger metropolitans. I mean, that's where, and even the smaller. I mean, Lethbridge and Medicine Hat, Red Deer. Those are the ones that can make a difference, because those MLAs are going to have to deal with urbans that are losing cost sharing funding.
Well, and what some municipalities are doing as well to increase kind of the layers of advocacy is to target actually ratepayers as well. So I have had requests for comment from some media, and because we hadn't established a council position, I had only provided really the facts as they've been presented by RMA. So we haven't done a lot in terms of making ratepayers aware. Obviously, RMA has presented some potential scenarios in how a municipality could consider dealing with the revenue impacts, like by reducing full-time staff or increasing, I mean, in our package here, it shows if we were to do a residential mill rate increase, it would be 124% to offset that scenario D. And scenario D obviously is a 19% decrease in total revenue for Wheatland, which is potentially devastating long-term. I think we could be extremely prudent and really look at our service levels and perhaps in the short term continue to function, but long-term, I don't think we're sustainable. And that's essentially what I said to our MLAs is long-term. You are compromising municipal sustainability for industry sustainability, and I think we need to find a way to balance that.
The only way you'd be sustainable long-term is if the province took all their roads back. All their gravel, all that stuff would be all theirs. They're not really ours. We're stewards of them. Say, okay, fine. We're not looking after any of it.
Well, and that same infrastructure is critical
Yep.
for industry to successfully operate in the municipalities as well. So I don't think that can be.
Being that we're part of CMRB and we have an ear, I guess, at that point, if we did kind of have some kind of something that was presented for Wheatland County, similar to what Nihil did, use our MLAs, send that up the flagpole to CMRB, so they have like awareness of where we're at. So sustainability, even being in CMRB after that, is questionable. Like, there's so many things ongoing that how can we afford to do half the stuff that they want us to do anymore?
Newell did a really good job too. I thought that their resolution that they passed was extremely thorough and touched on a lot of key points that Wheatland could argue the same, points that Newell did as well.
Is it gonna make any difference in the long run? Jason Kenney stated that we have taken in $600 million in natural resource revenue this year. 2014, we took in over 10 billion. If that continues, there is no money. I mean, you can lobby the government all you want. The question is, how much money are we gonna request they borrow from us in order to pay us? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have got to look at, we can sit down there and we can do this, and we can get all involved and get all excited. The bottom line is, there is no money. We are gonna have to find a way to get through this, and I don't know if it's, and that is what is so difficult, because we do not know what next year is gonna do, right? So we have to do what it takes to get through this year, and next year we'll do what it has to take to get through next year. But what we've seen in the past 10 or 15 years in municipal government is over. We are no longer, there's no money, like, our only, we have to figure out a way to spend less money and get more revenue. And none of that revenue will be coming from the government, from the provincial government. It's just not gonna happen. So, I understand what everybody's saying, but all I'm saying is just tighten your hats, because this is gonna get ugly.
And I think that's why, just to be quite frank with our council, I hesitated to jump into kind of the fray of throwing arms up about this, because it's a reality. And it's also been pointed out, would you rather see lower assessment from oil and gas, or no assessment from some of your oil and gas companies, because they'll be insolvent if some changes aren't made to the assessment model? And I know that's arguable, and not everybody agrees with that position, but where I would like to target our advocacy is on finding assessment model changes that also benefit the smaller oil and gas companies. And I think RMA did present some options. I don't think they're in here, but I believe I circulated them. I believe it came more, well, they were in the initial package from RMA, but then they also reiterated them more recently, just about some more proactive ways that assessment, or even beyond assessment, changes could be made that could benefit the energy industry. I'll just pull it up.
I don't disagree with what Tom's saying or what you're saying, Amber. The problem is when I hear, and I get the feeling that this is driven by urbans, that they want some of this money as well. So that's why the province is taking back some of this to just redistribute funds.
There has to be some responsible.
We have to say, okay, fine, we need this to survive. We understand that there could be something. But I want to hear from my MLAs that represent both areas. And you hear what, because I am pretty sure I know what I'm going to hear, but I want to hear it firsthand. So I at least know. and I know how to vote next time.
I agree with Scott.
Constituents, no, pardon me?
No, I'm just agreeing with.
Yeah, because then our constituents can hear what we need to know. Yeah. Right? So that's my approach to it.
One of the challenges to setting that up, CAO Henderson, I know you had indicated that the province had extended our deadline to respond, or like their kind of engagement deadline for this issue. Have you heard an updated date on when they might still be considering feedback from municipalities?
No, and I had just kind of heard that informally as well. I don't know if the engagement period will be closed, but I have a feeling that it will be extended. I have to confirm the source that I heard it from. I think I may have heard it from like media, but I'll double check that source and get back to council as soon as possible.
Yeah, I don't think we were actually even provided necessarily like an actual date that they were sort of closing their engagement. But initially we had heard only about 2 weeks, and then I know I heard that just wasn't feasible for municipalities to provide responses in that time in the middle of summer and
yes. And I have not read an ending date, like a specific date that the engagement period's over, with the initial release of this information, nor the final updated release. So I would anticipate at some point in September the period may be closed. I don't know, but I will look up information and get back to council as soon as I can.
so I think, not knowing the deadline, I think it would be prudent to invite our MLAs to our first board meeting or first council meeting in September. It's right at the beginning of the month. Hopefully no decisions are finalized prior to that. It would give us an opportunity to engage with our MLAs. If everyone can just review this document, the RMA Alternative Industry Incentive Approaches, it goes through kind of some key principles that could be analyzed in terms of different models for contributing to sustainability for oil and gas in terms of equitable in cost sharing, equitable in benefit sharing, tangibility, sustainability, transparency. And then they outline a number of options, everything from like the current process, the assessment manipulation, to tax rebate policy on new investment, they have a number of them, royalties reductions, education property tax requisition adjustments.
The,
additional mill rate categories.
would it be more beneficial, rather than having them at a council meeting, set up a special meeting and invite? They may not be able to make that one, you only may only be able to get one, but if we can get all three of, and at the same time invite Sandra Tazar, Rocky Ford, and Strathmore to attend, and have it as a.
That's a good idea. Meehill did call a special council meeting. That was what you attended, was a special council meeting, so we could try and set that up. We could even try next Tuesday prior to that public hearing or something. Unless you want to try and do it sooner.
No, you're gonna need more time than that to get a hold of everybody. I'd still look at first part of September, but a special meeting and invite the others and make sure they all.
So perhaps we could ask administration to reach out to the MLAs just to follow up. I'm just pulling up their sessional calendar too. I don't think they go back, not till mid-October. So. If administration could just do perhaps a follow-up correspondence from the initial letters that we sent requesting a meeting, and maybe we can outline, does council want to try and see if we can establish a couple of dates that the majority of us are available?
Time from the 1st to the 4th, first week of September. Nothing's booked there, is there?
I'm thinking, get a hold of the MLAs and see when they can come, and when they can come, I'll be available.
I'm just thinking that could be challenging for administration, just trying to facilitate between the four of them.
Exactly, so I think you should leave it up to the MLAs when they can come. Usually a Friday is probably easier for them. I'm not sure if that's still true or not.
Are you still thinking the first week of September?
Council, just Brian from administration, what we could do is we could also organize a phone call kind of meeting. I don't know if that would be, it probably definitely would be easier for the MLAs to attend. I don't think you'd get the same impact as a face-to-face meeting. Also, I did email RMA and they got back to me right away. They said that no specific date has been given, but they continue to hear that the engagement will conclude in late August or possibly early September. So that engagement for like the rural municipality engagement for the assessment model changes.
So let's leave it in the hands of administration to reach out to the MLAs. We'll see, we'll try and schedule a meeting, expedite the date as much as possible. We'll go from there.
Sure. Would council like this meeting to be in person if possible, in person if preferred, and virtually kind of a secondary?
Definitely.
Okay.
In the meantime, do we want to do, what kind of advocacy would council like to see in terms of messaging, to local media or that type of thing?
We don't have the answers. We're in conversation with what we can tell them.
Just some municipalities are really pushing the message that they would like constituents to reach out to their MLAs to, kind of argue this.
Nothing wrong with asking them to make their own comments to their MLAs. But what we're doing on behalf of ours is we're still, what's going to impact us. So
Some of my concern is, trying to be diplomatic. Some of what RMA has provided, I feel like could be construed, as sort of alarmist. Like if you're showing people 124% residential tax increase, I don't believe that our council would choose to deal with these impacts to revenue in the ways that RMA, and RMA has just presented them as, I think to give some context around the gravity of the decrease in revenue. I have a little bit of concern about putting out there that it would mean like a 62% decrease to full-time staff at Wheeling County. Some of that I think, because I don't believe our council would choose to deal with these impacts to our revenue in the way that it's even presented in our package today. So I'm trying to be cognizant of that and careful in the messaging that we put out to the public, because personally, I don't want to be alarmist, but I do want our ratepayers to understand the gravity of the situation and our municipal neighbors to understand the gravity of the potential impacts. But I also don't want to misinterpret how we might deal with some of these proposed changes, if that makes sense.
It's really difficult to put numbers to something when you don't know what the numbers are to start with. I mean, they've got several different scenarios there that run the gambit. But what I say to people is reduce funds, reduce service. Where council decides to direct that, that's up to us to figure out. Definitely don't want to have any reduced funds to try to work within, but we'll live within our means. I don't know how else to say it. If they have concerns, and like Ben had said about the agriculture industry, I thought the same thing. Where else is there to get the revenue from? And that's been something that hasn't been touched in decades. And right, wrong, or indifferent, that's the way it is. Kind of writing on the wall to me at some point, but you know, I don't wanna be the one that's, has to portray that message, that's a provincial message. I don't want us thrown into that, so at some point we have to have that conversation. Shouldn't be up to us to initiate it, that's for sure. I get the feeling we're getting pushed that way, though.
I think us as a county are gonna have to come to grips with the realization that, we won't have this revenue stream in the future. There are municipalities out there, rural municipalities don't have this stream, and they're doing what they do. We have long used this revenue stream to subsidize just about everything in the county. Maybe we rationalize and we don't build roads in every corner of the county anymore. Maybe we take a look at, we've started on the water. We're trying to get a user pay thing on the water. What about the rest of the county? What about garbage collection? What about just about everything we do? Who wants these services? Who's paying for them? Who's paying for them and can't use them? I'm thinking we're going to have to come to complete realization. I wouldn't go around pointing fingers at residential is going to increase or farmland's going to increase. Who says we can continue spending the money that we're spending? Do we want all the fire halls? Do we want our garbage system the way we have it? Can we afford it? Can we afford the roads? Can we afford all the gravel we put in? You know what it's like to cross the county border and go into a neighboring counties and see their roads? If that's what's in store for us, we have to come to a complete realization. Not every county and province is getting cut by this much. We've been lucky all these years, and now they're maybe going to take it away, either by reduced assessment or just not having the industry there. Maybe we have to look and see what kind of industry we can attract. I'm thinking before we start pointing fingers that we haven't done this or done that, we take a who's asking for the services and who's paying for them. User pay, think of that.
Absolutely, good points, and I think definitely some kind of strategies that council has been talking about, particularly around investment attraction in industry. Playing devil's advocate, I think if we can improve the assessment model in Alberta, my hope would be that that would attract more, even in the oil and gas sector, attract more investment into Alberta. And if we can, if there is a way to, and you referenced it, we had a lot of years where we really did benefit from strong assessment and strong revenue from this sector. And I think now is a time, and we've had council discussions around this, where we do look at utilizing some of our reserves to kind of weather the storm that we're in, both with COVID and kind of the economic collapse. And then it might be overly optimistic, but hope that we do attract more investment and that overall assessment does go up despite changes to the assessment model, just through increased investment. But I'm more just trying to figure out where we kind of poise ourselves in terms of advocacy. I haven't been, extremely vocal. We haven't been putting out press releases like a number of municipalities in Alberta, that type of thing, so. And that's not necessarily my preference to go at it from that perspective, but we are in a very tight timeline, so we can't anticipate what messaging we might get from our MLAs.
I think it's really difficult to figure out what your messaging is when you don't know what the outcome is. I think
Well, we have been presented with the 4 outcomes that
Right.
at this point the province
But that
is
they could
considering.
change that though, right? They could modify something or other, so like even though I like running around with my hair on fire, It's not everybody's cup of tea, so maybe we should probably do this a little bit, wait till we know what the problem is, where, what the impact's gonna be, and then we'll bring a message over on what we propose to be a solution to that, and then that, I think that's where you start your messaging. I think there's enough messaging out there that, you know, like, residential's gonna go up 433% in Newell. I think there's enough of that stuff out there already. I don't think we need to add to that, so, I think we just wait.
Well, and I think part of the strategy that I would like to present to our MLAs is there does need to be a different scenario considered, because this isn't like the police funding where we were presented with scenario, I can't remember what they were, but like bad, worse, terrible, you know what I mean, in terms of financial impacts to the county. The scenarios that we're presented with, I don't feel like we can even support scenario A, even though that has less impact on us, because it disproportionately benefits the larger oil and gas companies and negatively impacts our smaller oil and gas companies. And so that's where I'm seeing conflict here, is in some scenarios that the province presents like this, it's clear that you want to advocate for kind of the least impact to the county. But in terms of these scenarios, it's actually scenario D that more proportionally benefits different sizes of oil and gas companies. And we've talked about kind of the repercussions or the consequences to only supporting the larger ones and perhaps not seeing that be reinvested back into Alberta, and because they're larger multinational companies. So I really think what my preference would be to advocate for a completely different scenario than what they're looking at, taking into consideration that we would like to see an assessment model change that would benefit oil and gas companies of different sizes, that would unequivocally take into account the smaller and mid-sized companies. That's my preference.
I brought up that point in Ehill was, you know, with these different scenarios, that at the end of the day, oil and gas is a political matter far beyond us. And what it might do is give some of these larger companies a tool to take some money out of Alberta, out of Canada, and go elsewhere. Why would we do that? Let's promote our own, what we have, and keep it sustainable. And that's what I'm all for. And overly tax them, you have to keep it sustainable so that a smaller company can start up and be successful, or a medium company can start up. The larger companies will buy out the smaller companies. That's what happens in oil and gas every day. As soon as they become successful, all of a sudden their name changes to somebody bigger. But I want to support those ones for sure.
I think part of our dilemma is that we depended quite a bit on the oil and gas industry last number of years, but we pride ourselves on being an agricultural community, county, to make sure that whatever we do, agriculture is not a separate entity. It's industry. Big industry, huge industry. So if we're looking at protecting industry, we protect all of industry. Well, the big gas and oil companies are putting a lot of pressure on the government, but I think it's to be very careful how we proceed with this. Make sure that we protect everybody that's out there, not just like you said, the big guys, because they're playing a game too.
Absolutely, and some municipalities, like I know the province, I've just been hearing in the media, is very much focusing on municipalities not increasing tax rates to offset some of these assessment changes, but that is obviously one way of dealing with the revenue shortfall. And I have a real concern if you increase your non-residential mill rate, that it disproportionately, because you have one sector that's seeing the benefits of the assessment model review, then you have other sectors of industry that are not experiencing the benefits of that same assessment change. And then if you're increasing mill rates, like, yeah, I have some grave concerns about that. So
where you start, when you lose revenue, you look at service.
Yep.
You should go back to what services do you want, what services do we need, and what services, as like Glenn said, user pay. If you want it, this is the cost, not a supplemented service anymore.
And I do think our administrative team has been doing an exceptional job at like doing department reviews and looking for efficiencies. And I mean, that's outlined in our financial statements that are provided, our capital spending that's occurred year to date. Like that has been a priority from our administration and from council direction. And I think we do need to continue to pursue that. The other side to my concern with following some of our municipal, other municipalities, kind of what they're doing with their messaging is I also want our messaging to be that we are business friendly. Like that's one of the top things we talk about here. But then when the rubber actually hits the road and we're talking about, you know, taking some of the responsibility for those revenue cuts or like the financial implications to it, we're kind of throwing, hesitant to even say it, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way to other municipalities or their responses to this, because it is, what's being presented is potentially devastating to municipalities, and that's not the solution, because that's not going to help the province either, because then they are taking over the roads and like by default. So it's obviously very complex, but I want us to be very cognizant of our messaging, because I do want Wheatland to be seen as a place to be looked at for industry when they're looking at a place to locate.
Following up with what Councillor Armstrong was talking about with the agricultural industry, I also attended that same day a surface rates group put on by a former councillor, and there was about 50 ag producers in attendance, and they're getting their surface rates checks are half of what they were before, and they're told take it or leave it. So they're getting hit for an income that they're losing as well. So, you know, they're losing income. They might be a potential, somebody might think they're a potential tax increase at some point in the future, but they don't have that income, that extra income that they had before. So it's kind of it's a mess.
So at this point, I think what I'm hearing is that council's preference would be to first meet with MLAs, and then perhaps we can reassess kind of our strategy following that meeting, if everybody
Yeah, I agree.
agrees with that.
I don't think we want to jump out there too soon.
Well, I mean, the information, this is out here. It's in our public council package. People can access, like, we have been very transparent about this. And I think that's important too. But my preference would be, and it sounds like there's good consensus, to start with our MLAs, and then we can go from there if we need to strategize further. Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeves report.
My report is brief. I already covered some stuff that I did this month, but any questions there? I did council meeting, I did MPC, planning priorities, and a WRC Zoom meeting, but Councillor Kester has quite a bit in his report about WRC, so.
Really quickly before we accept your report, I'll just move that we accept the assessment model review for information. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried, sorry.
And I put a motion to approve my report as presented, or if any questions, please ask.
Any questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to Division 1 councillor report.
Yeah, I didn't attend any meetings in July, so I don't have a report, and I apologize for missing last MPC meeting, but I was silent, so nothing to move.
Lost your box of donuts.
And do you want a motion to approve your verbal report?
I
If you consider that, if you want that a report, I guess I was just gonna say there's no report, but,
Okay, no report is fine. I would entertain a motion to accept the Ag Services Board minutes as information.
I'll move that, Wilson.
Perfect. Any questions or discussion on Ag Services? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to Division 3.
Okay, start with Chamber of Commerce. Of course, there hasn't been really any events. They've, trying to help members and, business world with, just advertising on who's open. That's gone through them, through social media. For events, for the awards in January, we're looking at virtual. Rather than, waiting to see whether we could have an event or not. If we do have an event, it would be a small presentation for the winners, with only 50 people. So we're looking at, those plans. Canadian Badlands, we've got a hiring committee for, put together to hire consultants to go to the shareholders. We have to get the tourism industry going when this all breaks and people feel more comfortable going out. I think the smaller local areas is where they're going now. I can speak for the Bow River. It is absolutely crazy out there right now. How many people are going out? Visitors. And yeah, I'll just move my report as presented.
Any questions? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to Division 4.
It'll be, my report is on before you. I think everything's been covered, so I'll move my report.
Any questions? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Division 6.
Unmute, there we go. Yeah, my report's in front, if there's any questions. We're having a planning and priorities meeting. I'm thinking a topic for there should be the WRC, if I could put that on. And Phase 4, pipeline to Azar. Recent communication with the minister, that's still on their books. And it's been on there for a while, so the priority keeps moving up the ladder. There would be the municipal funding portion. As you're aware, the county's paid municipal portion up till now. I think when we have to have that discussion, what are we going to do with Azar? There are other options, of course, but I would like that on. And yeah, if there's any other questions, I'll entertain them.
Any questions? Did you move your report?
I'll move it.
Perfect. Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Division 7.
Excuse me, thank you. The report's there. It's pretty blank this month, but any questions, I'll hopefully answer them. Some things are in a downward spiral anymore, but anyways. If there's no questions, I'll move my report.
Any questions? Is any counselor opposed? I oppose your quote.
Poacher, baby.
Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. There was an addendum regarding SEWA. Looked like just for information, I think, the Brooks Partnership.
That's just information to the report. Waiting for some movement from the government now with everything else that's going on. That's why I said I think this may be spiraling in the opposite direction, but.
I'm thinking that you
All
guys
about money.
should be pushing, be able to burn face masks and disposable gloves.
Oh,
And
we will.
I think that should be what you pushing it right now.
That'll be part of our volume.
There's all that biohazard material.
You might get a priority, you say we could do that.
Exactly.
Right away.
Yeah, exactly. COVID,
Don't
maybe.
worry.
I'm sure Paul saw that.
It's all part of the process.
A motion to accept the letter as information. Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.1, Chief Administrative Officer. And there's a council resolution tracker.
Yes, council, on page 115 is the resolution for the council resolution tracker. As mentioned in previous meetings, everything in green is deemed completed by administration. Everything in yellow will be carried forward. If there's any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions regarding the tracker?
I'll move that it be accepted, then if they want to question the hell out.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong has moved to accept as information.
I just find it an effective tool to let us know that what's been going on. It works really good. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Hearing no questions, is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.12, HR Policy 6.9.12.
Good morning, council. On page 119 is HR Policy 6.9.12, social events and long service recognition. This is the last policy kind of outstanding from the updates for human resource policies. The rest of them were updated in 2019. So this one, it kind of closes one loop that administration felt like we should close up, and that was kind of recognizing retirements of employees and just the long service recognition of those employees, or of other employees that are still working at the county. So what this policy does, it kind of establishes some guidelines and responsibilities for retirement and who's kind of responsible for recognizing these employees. Thank you.
Looking for a motion to approve the updated policy.
So moved.
Councillor
And
Kessler.
while I'm still on the line on a related issue, I'm just wondering if I could get staff. I've never received my 15-year PIN from the RMA. It's never happened, and I don't think there'll probably be any more conventions in the near term. I'm just wondering if there's any way they can mail it out or maybe put a request in for me.
Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll definitely make sure that happens for you, and I believe Ben is due for one as well.
Yes, and we had put one in for the spring convention, but just with everything that happened, I think everything kind of got delayed. So there was 2 requests in, but we will follow up and contact them.
I did speak with Alcamer, and he did say that there are kind of alternative ways that we can do the presentation. So we'll make sure that that happens for sure, particularly given just some of the uncertainty around the convention. So absolutely. Any further discussion on the motion?
No, it's really good.
Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.2.1, unaudited financial statements as of June 30th, 2020.
Good morning, Reeve Link and Council. My name is Matthew Kursiba, Manager of Financial Services. I'm here to present items 4.2.1 and 4.2.2. Firstly, I'll be presenting item 4.2.1 unaudited financial statements as of June 30th, 2020, which you may find on page 129 of your agenda. These are prepared by internal staff on a quarterly basis. Please note that budget has been calculated on a monthly basis to reflect expenses where applicable. I'll begin by discussing the statement of financial position. Cash position is quite lower than the prior year. The prior year balance reflects the cash balance right after the June 30th tax deadline in 2019, when the county had received most of its tax revenue. The current year is lower, mainly due to the tax deadline being moved to the end of August due to COVID-19. There's a substantial increase in taxes and grants in lieu of taxes receivable. Same thing here. Again, this is mainly due to the tax deadline in the current year being later. This comparative would be better analyzed after August 31st, when the county's tax deadline has passed. Trade receivable is down. This reflects payments from the WRC. Accounts payable is up. Compared to last year at June 30th, there's an additional long-term vendor agreement for a gravel pit. Deferred revenue is down. Last year's deferred revenue was used on capital projects. Once deferred revenue is used, the balance goes down until we receive further funding for future projects. Next, I'll be discussing the statement of operations on page 130 of your agenda. Revenue looks in line with budget. Total operating expenses are significantly lower than last year by around $4.3 million. This is due to measures taken by the county to decrease expenditures during the COVID-19 pandemic. Besides that, everything is in line as expected. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Motion to accept as information.
So moved.
And are there any questions regarding the statements?
I'm just, the August 31st is when the new tax deferred deadline is, and we will get a report on what money's happening. Thank you.
Any other questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.22, capital spending update.
Thank you, Reeve Link. Secondly, I'll be presenting item 4.2.2, capital spending update as at June 30th, 2020, which you may find on page 131 of your agenda. At June 30th, 2020, the capital spending totals are substantially below budget at around 35% below budget. An important metric to note is that for all projects marked as complete, actual costs came in at only 87% of total budget. This represents a 13% savings on completed projects for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. A motion to accept as information.
Also move.
Any questions or discussion on the capital spending report? Just want to thank administration for the updates. I think this is really good for council just to see where we're at in our spending and the measures that have been taken given some of our financial considerations. So appreciation from council to that whole department. Thank you. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.2.3, Lakes and Muirfield Reserve.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Tracy Buto, General Manager of Corporate and Financial Services. I'm here to present item 4.2.3 listed on page 137 of the agenda. This is a new policy that creates a reserve for the Lakes of Muirfield. This policy will allow administration to set funds aside from the net proceeds from county-owned lot sales within Lakes of Muirfield and ensure that funds are available to manage assets throughout their life cycle. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? A motion to approve the policy.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.2.4, credit requests for January through June 2020 for commercial vehicle inspection program.
The next agenda item is to request that council direct administration to write off commercial vehicle inspection invoices for the Strathmore Handy Bus and Hazard Rural Fire Association, and that be considered an in-kind service. Are there any questions?
Council's wishes.
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Wilson has moved. Any discussion?
I just want to state that $94 an hour is extremely cheap. And these inspections are really at cost or below what anybody in the normal world would pay for.
So if you were,
So that's kind of, the in-kind part, kind of, they're getting a double, if they had to take it to a full shop, it'd be way more than that. That's not recognized all the time, so.
yeah, so like, and that's, I agree, I love that we're doing this, but it should be recognized what it would cost in the real world.
Exactly.
Like, if I take, I would know, I don't know this, but if you need to get that commercial vehicle inspection report done, it's gonna cost, what, $300, $400 a vehicle?
Depends on how many axles, the minimum is about 250.
Yeah,
Plus
so,
labor, plus repairs, right?
right, but yeah, so I'm just, like, it's not a big thing, but it is a thing that, you know, we are saving them a substantial amount of money. It's just not $94 an hour, like.
Yeah. The cheapest right now in a heavy duty mechanic shop you'll get is 130 to 160, depending on if you go to a dealership. DVIP inspection, just the flat fees, starts at $250.
And
I can get that across to the board, make sure they understand that not only are we paying for it, but we're giving them a very good deal.
So just for clarity from administration, I'm assuming it looks like we're just billing like per hour for the mechanic's time to do the inspection. So obviously, if you were having the inspection done somewhere else, there would be additional expenses like just your overhead for your shop and that type of thing.
So when I say just the inspection fee of $250, that's for the paperwork that they have to do, right? And then the hour, and that gives them the inspection time and all that, and then any repairs are over and above that, so.
So perhaps for this report, what we might want to consider is accepting this report as information. I think that's all we need to do. I'm just going back. Oh no, we need to direct to write off. Perhaps we want to keep the numbers that are in this report, but then council could consider directing administration just to look at fleshing out those costs a little bit more so that they are more representative of the actual costs of the inspections. If somebody wants to make a motion to that effect, including the direction to write off as recommended by.
Sorry, Amber.
Oh, right, you have a motion on the floor. Councillor Wilson, would you consider an amendment to your motion, or we can do a second motion?
Why don't we do a second motion? Because
Sure.
I think they're two different things.
Yep. There's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move that, administration look into the actual cost of doing a CVI.
Comparable cost.
A comparable.
Just more representative.
Yeah, a more representative cost of what this is, so, just so that people are aware of the contribution we're making.
And I struggle with this kind of stuff too, because we're taking away from private industry here. That's part that I always kind of struggle with government. We shouldn't be taking away from somebody that can make money doing this, so. And I know it's helping, something that we're providing a service for, but
It's municipally,
It's saving taxpayers' dollars if we have the capacity to do it in-house.
and I know, from, running commercial vehicles, the inspection agencies frown on inspecting your own equipment kind of thing. They want a third party looking at it, so, and I know this is kind of there, but they like it better when somebody else does it.
through the chair, I agree with what you're saying, but if we weren't doing it and they were going out to,
It's gonna cost us more money.
it's gonna end up costing us at the end anyway, so.
I understand.
There's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Yes, we can recess for lunch. We'll reconvene at 12:45. We'll just have the councillors or any members of the public who are on the line just to call in to the number again at 12:45. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. I'll just confirm that we have Councillors Wilson and Councillor Kestra on the line.
Here.
Here.
And we have Link, Clausen, Bigger, Eichert, and Armstrong in the building. Just before we get started, I did want to just do a reminder to council and an invitation to the public to join us at A Vision for the Future. It's the first part of our public engagement for our MDP review, and it's being conducted via video conference Thursday evening at 7 o'clock. So if anybody needs any other details, just contact Matt or myself. With that, Councillor Armstrong, if no councillor has an objection, Councillor Armstrong just has a brief addition to the agenda.
Thank you. I was supposed to do this a few months ago and I kind of let it slip. I forgot about it. Florence Vanderbilt phoned me and reminded me and sent me pictures of it. It's an old road grader, manual pull type road grader, and Dawn and her were gonna donate it to the county before Dawn passed away and never got done. So she's asked if council wants it, if council would take it, I would put a motion on the floor that Public Works contact Florence Vanderbilt and set up a time when they can go down there and pick it up and bring it up and set it up on display for in memory of the Vanderbilts, I guess.
A part of our heritage.
Part of our heritage.
History.
Yep. So I'll put that motion on the floor.
Council discussion. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
That's the perfect segue to 4.2.5 Historic Resource Designation. Maybe, should we also just maybe do a letter to Vanderbilt thanking them?
Yeah, I would move that we send a letter thanking him for the donation. Yep.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks for bringing that. I think that will be.
Which
Yeah,
division will this work
sorry,
in?
I forgot. Hey?
Which division will this work in?
Yours.
Taking over all Division 5 grading.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move to 4.25.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Council. The amended historic designation policy can be found on page 146 of the agenda. Administration conducted a review of this policy, made a few amendments, and separated the policy from the procedure. Are there any questions related to this amended policy?
Council's wishes.
I'll move the council approve the amendments made to the Historic Resource Designation Policy 2.7.
Thanks, Councillor Eichert. Any questions? Or any discussion?
Doesn't apply to people though, right? Sorry, Ben.
Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.26, Wheatland County Flag Policy.
Administration is recommending that Council rescind Policy 2.8, Wheatland County Flags, created in 2011, as this is more of an operational matter and policy direction is not necessarily required. The flags can be purchased at the main office and the price is listed on the master schedule of fees. Are there any questions?
Council's wishes?
I'll make the motion to rescind policy 2.8, Wheatland County flags.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has made the motion. Any discussion? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.27, rescinding policy 2.14, performance manager for contracted services, or performance management, sorry.
The Corporate and Financial Services Department continues to review and update policy as time permits. While reviewing the Performance Management Policy 2.14, it was determined that Council can rescind this policy and that the Performance Management for Contracted Services form could be added to the procurement policy as an appendix. Are there any questions?
Council's wishes.
I have not a question specific on this for the procurement policy, but I have other question about the procurement policy in regards to WRC and doing services at Muirfield. I was hoping, I forgot about it during my report, but I was hoping maybe we could get that on our planning and priorities meeting too. There's no problem with that. I would definitely like to have some discussion
Matt
around
said for me
that.
to call in. I wonder if I can go in there.
I'm not sure if there's a member of the public that would like to speak. If not, we'll just need you to mute your microphone. Councillor Kester, we can add that to the planning and priorities meeting for discussion when we discuss WRC further.
Thank you.
And I think
With that, I'll move this policy, rescind the performance management contracted as per recommendation by staff.
I think just for clarity, I believe staff have been working on kind of the process for the servicing in Muirfield. Is that correct, Scott? I think you've been.
Yeah, but we did a procurement policy, the council here not that long ago, and there's some issues.
Okay. Okay, we can address that at that time. There's a motion on the floor. Any discussion regarding rescinding policy 2.14? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to Community and Development Services, 4.31, building permit refund request.
Good afternoon, Council. Matt from Administration. On page 170 of your agenda package is a report to recommend refunding the fees collected for building permit. The number is there in the amount of $7,440. Recently, the applicant, who is listed, applied for a refund of the building permit. The applicant states that the project has been put on hold due to the economic downfall during COVID-19. We do work with applicants to ensure that they get their building started and their construction started in a timely fashion once the permits have been issued. It is noteworthy to let council know that the applicant recently received an extension of their development permit, as they do plan to start construction on smaller buildings to produce edibles. While the larger facility is still in the overall plans, it is currently being put on hold. I'm happy to answer any questions.
There's a request before council. Council's wishes.
I'll move that council refund the fees collected for the building permit 349-19, the amount of $7,440.
Council discussion.
So, what's the timeline on his project, or is there a timeline on danger of we end up getting a bunch of these coming in and then having to extend timelines?
Well, they were gonna do a big building. That has gone, they had put the building permits together for a big building, and then that didn't pan out. They're now gonna do, there's a craft.
So it doesn't affect the development permit, it's just a permit.
Yeah.
The building permit.
Yeah, they're still gonna be doing business in the county, hopefully.
Any further discussion or questions? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.3.2, Library Funding Review and Comparison Report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council. This report was asked for from the June 2nd council meeting, just to provide council with information around the funding around libraries, and we added recreational facilities because there was kind of crisp overlap kind of funding. So happy to answer any questions related to the report.
Council's wishes.
I'll move we accept it as information for now.
Councillor Armstrong has moved to accept as information. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.33, Lakes and Muirfield update and completion documents.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Dave.
Good afternoon, Madam Reeve and Council. On page 197 of your agenda package is the Lakes of Muirfield update and completion documents notification for Council. On April the 24th, Council directed administration of the following: that we undertake the transaction and the transfer commitment between the county and the developer, as well as further notations, including a report back to Council that includes where we are at as a status update. As you can see in your agenda package on page 199 or 188 and 199 moving forward, administration and staff have been quite busy completing the following, or is near completion of. Of note, the transfer of lands and instruments, transfer of all titles and all lands contained within the Lakes of Muirfield development owned by the former developer was completed on July 9th, 2020, and titles reporting documents provided to the county. That is a huge milestone that we have completed. Many other milestones listed on page 188 and 199 are very operational in nature, but council can review the updates within. Another note, the commercial leases and the RV storage, administration are working with the tenants there to firm up lease agreements moving forward. Further of note, land sales. The county has retained 2 realtors, and we have moved forward with the completion of those land sale documents, and we're moving forward with the process of the land sales as county council previously approved. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from council?
No question, just comment. I want to say thank you to staff for the monumental task that you undertook and did it in a very timely fashion. There was a lot to it. I know, I think most of the loose ends are cleaned up now. And even there's some, grass cutting being done there as we speak, I believe, so people are happy. The general hearing from the public there is they're very excited, so. And it'll come with some expectations that may not be able to be met, but we'll deal with that as it comes.
We're looking for a motion to accept the reported
And I will move
information.
that, to accept his information.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved to accept the report as information. Any discussion?
Madam Reeve, just quickly here. There is a recommendation from administration that council authorize and direct county's legal counsel to proceed with the release of final completion documents. And you can see it in the last paragraph there.
So moved.
Deputy Reeve Clausen is moving the recommended resolution from administration directing legal counsel. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Just further to this, there was a draft letter that General Manager Boscariol circulated to council. We did receive feedback from Deputy Reeve Clausen. Is there any other feedback? I'm just looking for a motion to authorize the sending of that letter to Muirfield residents on behalf of council.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion or feedback? There will just be, I think, just one typo edited from the draft. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.3.4, Asset Management Cohort Application.
Good afternoon, Council. On page 202 of your agenda package is the Asset Management Cohort Application. Administration are pleased to present Council this first step in terms of moving forward with our asset management initiative. The recommendation is to direct administration to apply to the following program, the Asset Management Cohort Application, and that the costs towards this project are not to exceed $2,000. As Council is aware, asset management helps communities manage municipal infrastructure assets and make better investment decisions. This dovetails nicely into our newly formatted budget process as we are proceeding and moving forward. There are three main objectives into this asset management cohort program. It's listed on page 202, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council's wishes.
Move the recommendation from administration that they apply for the grant opportunity.
Councillor Armstrong has made the motion. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.3.5, Carsland Fire Hall Update Stimulus Funding.
Good afternoon, Council. On page 206 and 207 of your agenda package is a report and a request for decision with several recommendations from administration related to the Carsland Fire Hall project and the funding of that project. The first recommendation is to appropriate $93,939 of recent donations into the Carsland Fire Hall Capital Reserve, totaling $381,952. Further, that Council appropriate that Carsland Fire Hall Capital Reserve with the amount of $381,952 toward the Carsland Fire Hall project. Further, that Council approve the allocation of $1,044,622 of municipal stimulus funding allocated to the Wheatland County coffers to be used to Carsland Fire Hall project, and further, that council approve the Carsland Fire Hall project up to a maximum of $2.5 million. The history of what administration has gone through is included in your report on page 206 rather. And just of note, since the Project Management Committee took over the project in Q3 of 2019, costs have been significantly reduced towards the planning phases of this project. Thus far, the county has spent $29,540 on engineering, design, mechanical, electrical, and project management fees. Council will be pleased to note that land preparation has begun on site with internal forces. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council's wishes.
I'll move that council appropriate 93,939 recent donations into the capital reserve, totaling $381,952. Do you have to do separate motions?
Do you want separate motion?
Separate?
You can read it all the way through, Councillor Bigger.
Okay, I'll read it through and then we can vote. That council appropriate the Carsland Fire capital reserve amount of $381,952 towards the Carsland Fire Hall project, and that we approve the allocation of $1,044,622 to municipal stimulus funding to be used for the Carsland Fire Hall, and that council approves the Carsland Fire Hall project up to a maximum of $2,500,000.
There's a motion on the floor. Council discussion.
There's a shovel when it hit the ground.
Thursday morning at 9 o'clock. You're all invited.
I'll be working, be there in spirit.
Assuming the motion passes.
Yeah, assuming.
Contingent on, I guess, the motion passing. Any questions, discussion? Is any councillor opposed?
I just want to congratulate council on, because when this first started, this was like $7 million.
No, when it first started, it wasn't, but it
Yeah,
got
well,
there.
it got to 7 million, and then we, with good sense, walked away from it, reined it in, and we are now going to get a good fire facility that Carsland needs for $2.5 million. Excellent work, people. Give yourself a pat in the back.
Agree.
It is. It's very exciting for the community and for the industry there. I think it's a very well-needed investment, so exciting. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. It's exciting.
See you all Thursday morning at 9 o'clock.
I'm out of bed.
Won't be there. I've got two phone conferences that morning. Good luck. Just through the chair, while staff is in the room, I was at a fire meeting last night in Tazar, and they're very, very pleased with how you're rolling out the processes that you've got in place, the training and the rest of it. They were very pleased with, right from the chairman of the board down to the police chief and the rest of them. They're quite enthralled with what's going on, so hopefully it works this time. Keep it up.
Fantastic. It's good to hear.
County?
I have a file in my email with positive emails. It's a really small file, so I love hearing stuff like that. Always good. All right, we'll move to 4.41, support for Alberta Farmland Trust Resolution.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. The RFD is for the Council approved the submission of support for the Alberta Farmland Trust Resolution. This was first presented to the ASB department, or the ASB board in January of this year, and then brought into the ASB for approval in July 8th. Basically, it's support for a resolution to go forward to the Southern Region zone meeting in this fall for support of the Farmland Trust initiative. So, able to answer any questions if you have any.
Council's wishes.
I'll move that council approve the submission for support of Alberta Farmland Trust.
Motion on the floor, discussion. I just want to commend the team that did the work on the resolution. I think it's an exceptional resolution, and I'm hopeful that we'll get good traction at our zone meeting and at RMA at the resolution session. So please thank everybody that had involvement in it. It's exceptional, so.
Will do, thank you.
And I think it really is, I think this is a key piece to, like, one of the kind of key principles that we struggle with is balancing those landowner rights with ag preservation. And we also have forwarded this and I think I let council know, but to CMRB for consideration in some of their agricultural decision-making and modeling and that type of thing, because some of the modeling I've seen in other growth boards is not what I would like to see in our region. I don't think it speaks to landowner rights appropriately, and I think this is a good model that could balance those things. So I love that we're taking this forward. I'm really excited. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.42, Agriculture and Environment Policy Revisions.
Okay, thank you. On page 223 of your package, you'll see the next RFD. Basically, this is some amendments to our current ag environmental policies. One, bringing them into our new format, and two, just some textual changes reflecting the current structure and operations of the department. So take a look through. If you have any questions, I can hopefully answer them.
I'll move the approval of the amendments to the ag environment policy.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Thanks for all those updates. We'll move to 4.43, change order request for Wheatland Regional Corporation truck fill station.
Okay, on page 278 of your package, you'll see the RFD asking right now that council accept as information this correspondence received from the WRC and a request regarding the request for payment of change order number 3. As you can see through the letter, this was based on some assumptions, some direction from the WRC on increased engineering costs and that sort of thing, attributing that to Wheatland County and potential delays in that. So also GM Buscarial here is able to potentially respond to some of the concerns that are raised on here as far as planning delays or assumed planning delays on that.
Thank you. Council's wishes.
I'll make a motion that we fund the over cost, $48,000.
Councillor Kester has moved that we fund the $48,000 request regarding additional costs for WRC. Council discussion.
I'd like to hear from Manager Buscarial, his side of the story. And before we make any decision, find out, get all the answers.
Does administration have comments regarding?
So I had planning staff just prepare in anticipation of this conversation, kind of the history and the timeline that has taken place with regards to SD 2017-042, the South Truck Fill. So in response to this letter and some comments and discussion made, the timeline is as follows. The redesignation and subdivision applications were submitted and we ran them concurrently, so both have run concurrently. The redesignation application was received on November the 3rd, 2017. The subdivision was also received on that day. With regards to the redesignation application, the first reading was granted February the 6th, 2018, after the internal process took place. The public hearing was held March the 6th, 2018. Second and third reading were granted March the 6th, 2018. Related to the subdivision application, it was conditionally approved March 13th, 2018, and the subdivision received endorsement on May the 17th, 2019. As mentioned, we run them concurrently. As both applications were processed concurrently, approximately 2 to 4 months time was saved. In total, the application took 18 months from application receipt to subdivision endorsement. There were 8 conditions, if council wishes to hear those conditions, that the developer was expected to complete within the year. The subdivision, again, was endorsed on May the 17th, 2019. The date completed. So we have the date completed of and then I'll read the condition. So, the condition, the subdivision to be affected by a plan of survey pursuant to section 657 of the MGA or such other means satisfactory to the registrar of the South Alberta Land Titles District. The date completed, May the 24th, 2018. The next condition, that pursuant to section 654 1D of the MGA, all outstanding taxes up to and including the year in which the subdivision is to be registered shall be paid to the municipality. Date completed, May 17th, 2019. With an asterisk, typically last item to be checked, was originally signed off in July of 2018. The next condition, approaches to the proposed parcels and remainder built and located to county standards and approved by the Public Works Department, Transportation and Agriculture at the owner's expense. May the 13th, 2019, with an asterisk. Date of actual completion of approaches, email from First File, manager indicated completion early June 2018. Next condition, the owner is to enter into an agreement of easement for construction and maintenance of any public works with Wheatland County, which shall be registered by caveat concurrently with the final plan against the title being created, September 7th, 2018. Next condition, the owner is to enter into a road acquisition agreement, which shall be registered by caveat concurrently with the final plan against the title being created. Date completed, September 7th, 2018. Next condition, plan prepared by a professional landscape architect to the satisfaction of Wheatland County in accordance with the land use bylaw that focuses on mitigating noise and visual impacts to adjacent residential dwellings. The landscaping plan should include, but not limited to, A, visual buffering in the form of a berm and or fence with privacy slates along the property line of the property to the Township Road 240 and Range Road 222, and B, visual buffering in the form of a mixture of deciduous and coniferous trees and shrubbery along the property line of the property and Township Road 240 and Range Road 242. The date completed is June 14th, 2018. Next condition, prior to commencement of any improvements upon the subject lands, the owner is to enter into development agreement with Wheatland County for the subdivision pursuant to section 655 of the MGA, which shall include without restriction the following provisions. A, design and construction of landscaping features along the property edges abutting Township Road 240 and Range Road 222 in accordance with the approved landscaping plan as mentioned, referenced in the 6th condition. B, provision of security in the amount of 125% of the estimated cost of construction of all improvements relating to the approved landscaping plan, referenced in condition 6, to the reasonable satisfaction of Wheatland County. Date completed, September 6, 2018, with an asterisk, securities waived with resolution number 18-12-27. Next condition, the owner is to enter into an agreement with the Public Works Department for dust control on Township Road 240 and Range Road 222 to the satisfaction of the county. Date completed, August 14th, 2018. The file had 2 file managers internally, and the rest that I have here is very much internal and operational in terms of staff changes. Thank you.
Is that a normal timeline? Sorry,
If
is
you
that a
could
normal
repeat that.
timeline for this kind of project?
Yeah, it is an expeditious timeline. Yeah.
I know, 2 concerns that I'd heard from the board. One was about an approach being constructed in the wintertime. There was some delay there. And then the bond, which I know I brought that forward to get that cleared off. Trying to think what else there was. There was an issue about the landscaping and the expectation that we wanted landscaping was not well perceived, but I believe it's being done. And I explained at the board that is pretty much standard for what we do for this kind of thing.
And I may just, sorry to supplement my comments through the Deputy Reeve Clausen. I may just add it is expeditious. I mean, based on my review of the file and staff's review, I would say it was done in terms of our planning process, it was done to a reasonable level, in my opinion, and that is taken into account changeover, different file managers, et cetera, that have come into play. So typically, when you do have a planning file in process, when there is a change, it takes several weeks, sometimes months, to pick it up and get familiar with it with a new planner or file manager as well.
Through the chair, I guess, the request that they're asking for is out of character for what we normally do with something like this. That should be, they're aware of it from the get-go, that that's their responsibility through the permitting. My question is, why do they think that we owe them $50,000 to do that work? Everything.
Hey, I got a
process.
Yeah, I got a couple comments. The timeline is the timeline. That's how long it takes the county. I'm not disputing that at all. The timeline, because this was a grant to put that in, it was a cost share, 50-50 with the federal government and the county of Wheatland. To get the government money spent, it had to be a shovel-ready thing. So that thing had to be split into two projects because we couldn't put the tank on the land until we had the subdivision complete. So the set of drawings had to be built for the tank, and it had to be stored for well over a year. And then another set of plans that could have been together had to be developed for what the 48,000 is. I don't know if the plans, if the money is appropriate. I'm not an engineer or cost, but that's what MPA made. So this project is for Wheatland County and its residents. It's for a truck fill station for fire and for residents of the county. It was funded as such. There was no money set aside from WRC for this project. It was cost share between the county and the federal government. It took that long. I realize that, and maybe I'll say MPE was caught off guard thinking it'd only take a couple months. But whatever the situation, it is still a county project, landscaping, everything. That's why we didn't require the down payment or the securities of 125% because this is a county project. If WRC is made to pay this, we just have to, the only thing we can do is up the water rates. There's another letter coming in the package, and when water gets sold out of here to fire trucks, who's going to pay for that water? I know every other municipality, the municipality, I'm pretty sure, pays for the water for the fire trucks. So bear in mind who the beneficiary of this project is. Okay, it's just the cost of doing business. We wanted to use up the grant, and we thought we'd be a lot happier having the infrastructure actually built. And 48,000 caught me by surprise, I thought, but I'm not an engineer either. So it's, we're not laying blame. Certainly But it's just that it took that time, so we needed another set of blueprint or drawings to get it done. If the county could have done it in 2 weeks, we wouldn't have needed that second set, and we would have saved the 48,000. But I know you can't get a subdivision, and I've been trying for 20 years to get a subdivision in 2 weeks. It just doesn't work. It takes time. So it's not a finger pointing thing. It's more of who's the beneficiary and what is it there for. And then, as a side note, the reason the county, there was an objector to it, and the county put all those conditions in to make them happy. And before even anything started happening there, the objector moved away. So I don't even know if anybody's living there or not. But that's just a side note. That's just the way things work. If there's any other questions, I'll try and answer them, or maybe Scott can too.
Len, I have a question. When did MPE decide to split this contract? What?
Decide?
When MPE decided to split this contract, they made it two. This is what the letter tells me. Can you tell me in a timeline that was done?
I can't give you the timeline off the top of my head.
Was Baja still the project manager?
No. This is a recent thing. You were on council when this went down. This is, I think, since phase 2. This was since phase 2. We, ASB made the motion for about $500,000 for 50-50 funding. And the feds give us 50-50 funding, and we had the timeline to spend the federal portion, I believe, and that's why it got split. Otherwise, they're just finishing the project right now, so it took longer to put it in almost than the county subdivision file, right? But the feds paid for their share, and of course the county, we had money on deposit, and we got the infrastructure done, and it had to be stored at in standard. And why it had to be split in two, don't ask me. I can't answer that. It would be, if you want these questions answered, I'm thinking you'd have to ask MPE. I'm sorry, Tom. I'm not an engineer. I don't know why you had to do it. I don't like it any more than
the reason
anybody.
I'm asking this is there are protocols in construction, and there are certain ways jobs are done, and when change orders are introduced to jobs, they're introduced at a certain time. So I'll try to make an analogy. You decide that you want to travel from point A to point B, and you hire a taxi company, or point A to point C. And the taxi company tells you it's going to be $40 to make the drive. The taxi driver pulls up to your door, and he says, I've got to make a stop in B. At that point in time, if he tells you that it's going to add $30 to the ride, you have a decision. You choose at that point in time whether or not you're going to pay that $30. If he doesn't say anything about the cost, that we're just going to stop we're going to C, but we're going to go through B, the assumption is that it's still going to cost you your original $40. So what I'm getting at is MPE had to submit this change order at the time that they made the decision to split the contracts off. They didn't do that, and I'm sorry that it costs them more money, but under no rule of law of any sort are we the county, and we're not even, like, I don't even know how we fit into this, because the managing partner is the one that's supposed to oversee any increases in cost. At that point, when MPE made the decision, they have to come forward with, it's going to be $48,000 to split this. Are you going to pay that bill? If MPE's out $48,000, that's on them. I know that if they would submit a change order at the end of the job to any construction company, Pool, Lear, whoever it is, that paper would come back to them crumpled up at about 35 miles an hour. It doesn't happen. And that's part of the problem with having a small operation like this, with no one having any construction knowledge and expecting them to know. You are going to get bamboozled from time to time. We are being bamboozled. MPE does not deserve this money. They chose to go ahead. They chose to make the changes. There ain't no way I'm going to agree to pay this. They don't deserve it.
Okay, that's why WRC made the motion to send it to the county. Hopefully the county will intervene. I know I made a motion, but you don't have to vote on it today. And we can ask MPE to come and explain themselves. And they can come up with a timeline. For me, the 48,000 just happened here a couple months ago. Well, probably longer than that. I did not know that it was going to have another set of drawings. For me, I don't realize, and I totally agree with you. It's just the bills come and they expect to get paid. We need some help here and not paying it. Does that make sense?
So Glenn, change order process, and bear with me because I wasn't on the board before, but is it, if there's a change order coming, does the board vote on that prior or does it after? Because from what Tom's explaining, it should be as soon as there's a change coming, they should come to the board and say there's a change coming. The cause and effect will be, delay in timeline, and this is the expense. Is that the process that happens, or has it happened that way?
I think all change orders are voted on, and this was certainly voted on that we go ahead and build the vault and store it. I did not realize that there would be engineering fees, and I did figure there would be storage fees. That's just part of. Those can be negotiated. But as a change order with the extra engineering, no, I can't remember voting on that at all.
Yeah, I remember the storage for the vault. I remember that being on there, but I do not remember being any extra charges for engineering. So
I don't remember that either. All I remember is getting the bill. You were on the board too, Scott, at the same.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I remember, and I don't like it either. But I think I feel a lot better with the county helping out and fighting up against MPE than WRC. And what I stated before, this is Wheatland County on a federal 50-50 thing going. That's where the money comes from. WRC doesn't have any money to put into this. That's why we asked for a 50-50. And our chances of getting any more money out of the feds, well, I think we can all answer that question ourselves. So I don't have a problem. If council wants more information from MPE, yeah, I think it's totally appropriate.
So I'm going into this and trying to understand. So MPE bills Wheatland County and we have the federal, so we're not even on that invoice?
No.
Because the way it works,
this is
owned by WRC.
So the change order would have never come to us. It would go to WRC. Okay. So we don't even know if that happened, or so
Yeah,
MPE
so
needs to.
there was a change order to WRC. No, was it a change order, or it was just mostly storage? We'd have to look at the exact. But there was a storage of the vault. I remember that. But there was no mention of any extra charges. Charges went to WRC meeting twice now, Glenn? Last
yes.
meeting. And the last one, it was voted upon to send it our way. But at the end of the day, the site is owned by WRC, managed by WRC, and the managing partner until it's built. That explains it.
Has WRC challenged the bill?
We've asked MPE to provide documentation, and you've received information on that. I think it's about 11 pages. I can't tell you if it's, again, I'm not an engineer. It's what they say they had to do. So again, we don't have to say we're going to pay them today, but I'm thinking it would be prudent to ask MPE to explain it, because they never asked or never said there'd be more engineering costs, to my recollection. And I don't know if Scott ever remembers them saying that either. I know we had to get it built to use up the federal money. It had the timeline to be spent. And yeah, we got it spent and they're all happy. And then that kind of leaves us in this place where we're at now. The thing of it is, if WRC ends up having to pay for it, I don't know, if we make a deal and the county doesn't want to help out, there's only one place we get money from, and it's the municipalities. And the water rights just got to go up to cover our costs, and that's unfortunate, but that's, and every one of the municipalities subsidize the water, and you'll just be subsidizing more. It's just the fact that just the way WRC works.
But the feeling at the board, or at least the feeling I got from the board, was that it was the county's fault that this happened. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think it's more the engineer's fault for not presenting it properly or whatever. And I think the chair even said that before, was if we would have known this, we would have never done something different. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Who and when was this expenditure authorized by?
I don't believe this expenditure was ever authorized by the board.
No, I don't think so.
My opinion. I could be wrong.
So it's MPs?
It could have been something, I'm gonna regret saying this, but it could have been something the managing partner did on their own. I don't know.
The managing partner's never, to my knowledge, ever done anything over the board not talking about, but I do not remember talking about an extra fee for building that vault and storing it. I do not. I just don't remember that. If I would have certainly remembered, they would have come and said, well, we have to have a change order here for $50,000 for engineering drawings. Yeah, I darn well remember that.
I do believe the chair had said the exact same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's happy. It's just WRC's way of asking for help.
All I'm saying, Glenn, is MPE doesn't have any right to collect this bill. They don't need any help. You just say no. There's no court in the law. They can go to, MPE ain't gonna take us to court on this because they got nothing to stand on. They got no way to, I'm sorry, but WRC has to tell MPE this is not how you do business.
Unauthorized change order.
Yeah, an unauthorized change order, 100%. End of story.
So we do have a motion on the floor. I feel like we have the information required to make a decision. Is there any further discussion or questions?
What's the motion?
The motion is to pay the $48,000 to WRC to cover the unauthorized expense.
But the way the letter shows, that somewhere in there it has to show that it was, if it's an unauthorized expense, it isn't unauthorized by WRC, it's unauthorized by MPE. Change order came from MPE, not Regional Corp.
but they're billing WRC.
Just a quick note on there. I'm not sure if everyone got the email that was sent out earlier with the attachment. It has the copy of the change order request sent from MPE to WRC back on June 2nd. So this is what we would typically see. I mean, if you look at a county process, at a bare minimum, we'd have an email request noting what changes. If there was an expedited timeline, you needed to get approval. You'd need to at least have some kind of formal approval that go forward on this, let alone what this formal document shows that, yes, this is the cost, this is what you sign off on, go. They submitted this in June, which is what I understand far after the expenses were done, so. Yeah. So that is, like you say, that's the decision that needs to be made on that is to refuse that one.
Is any councillor opposed to the motion? I am.
Yeah.
Okay, hearing
Yeah.
opposition, we'll do a roll call vote. Reeve Link is opposed. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Opposed.
Councillor Wilson.
Opposed.
Councillor Bigger.
Opposed.
Councillor Eichert.
Opposed.
Councillor Kester.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Armstrong. Motion is defeated.
Okay, I'm gonna ask, would it be appropriate if we could get, I don't know, a letter from the county stating why they didn't fund it? I like Mike's explanation done way after the fact. Or do you think, I'm looking for advice here, I'm not, or I'll just
I'll put a motion on the floor
verbally,
and county council respond to WRC's letter outlining that council did not approve the payment of an unauthorized expense for another body.
because why?
Because it was an unauthorized expense. It wasn't authorized by any board. The managing partner,
The change order.
board, or
The
Wheatland
change
County.
order, I would say that the change order was late in coming after the fact, or? So we have a WRC meeting tonight too. And I don't know if we can get that email before then or not, and I'll probably, Scott and me can just reply to it verbally, why the county didn't want it, because of the change order and the timelines, like you're supposed to get it approved beforehand. Maybe that's just good enough. We can just do a verbal report and then let the board discuss it and send them a letter.
I'll withdraw my motion.
That's fine.
Unless anybody else has a better idea.
Wish I did.
I think, given the timing, if you guys can just report the decision verbally, it's a public meeting, it's a public decision.
Yep.
You can,
You can let them know there'll be a letter.
do we want a letter?
I think they need, yeah, we've refused the request, so I think
Okay.
they get a letter.
WRC needs a letter too, I think.
I'll put my motion on the floor again then,
Good.
for Wheatland County Council to send a letter responding to Wheatland Regional Corporation's letter indicating that council did not support the payment for change order number 3 as it was an unauthorized expense. Unless administration can recommend any better wording to that resolution. I'm seeing that it's all right. Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.44, Redland Potable Water Survey.
Okay, thank you. So this RFD, okay, so this RFD was first initiated by council in May, looking at phase 3 regional water line connection from Standard up to Rosebud. We are passing right by the hamlet of Redland. There's some intention or some direction to possibly see if the Redland residents, would be interested in tying to this water, maybe providing a regional service outlet for them. So we took that request and we put together a survey package for the residents there. And over the last number of months, we've gone through and just kind of surveyed them on first what their current quality of water is, what their well flow rate is, that sort of thing. And if it was poor, then what would they be interested in investigating, or for us to investigate for them, or contributing even to better that service. So you can see the list of questions that we asked them on here. Of the 11 residents there, we got, it says 8 here, but we actually got another one respond just after this report went in. So basically, the majority of them said that they're pulling it from well water, that the quality of the water was good currently, but would they want to be connected to a municipal water system? Majority said yes, but over resounding answer to the cost contribution was a no. They weren't anywhere from, we looked at, this is a quote of around 300 grand to service this site, these 11 homes. Was there any interest in a small connection fee of 4,000, anywhere from up to 10 to 20 to 30,000, which is what it would be per household, 30,000 to cost recovery on this. Just one resident, the one that responded after the survey here, was up to 10,000 was their limit they were willing to contribute. So they did, majority of them said they'd be in favor of higher water bills, water utility rates to cover the cost, but we haven't even done analysis on what that would cost for cost recovery of the years it would take to recover that. So that's kind of the overall survey response. Good response on this. So we have a pretty representative feeling of the community there. Our recommendation right now would be not going the current economic state of the county and the fact that this isn't a matter of public safety or that sort of thing, where there's not detrimental water supply, all that sort of thing. Our recommendation is to just put in the water line. If in the future the county does want to tie into this, there's simple technologies to tie into the current water line, hot tapping it without even shutting the service off. And if so be in the future, we can tie in quite easily for these residents if funds are available.
Mike, what's what would be the probability or the success rate of applying for a grant? Like, I don't know if we qualify for that 75% one for infrastructure fees or.
We can definitely look into, through the chair, we can look into that for next year's applications. It would be a max of 75% under that Alberta Municipal Water Wastewater Partnership. So there would still be a significant cost to the county, but if council chooses, we can investigate those options.
What about along that same train of thought would be if they had a co-op kind of out there that was responsible for everything off a service line, and that'd be more cost effective for them if they could all get together and kind of form their own little, because if the water's treated, there's nothing to worry about. That's just a distribution system. Maybe they get some grant for that. I don't know. They can figure, because I know at WRC we talked about putting a stub there, but I don't even know if we should do that now, Glenn. I don't know if we should even, because they could just hot tap the line in the future if they need to.
Yeah, I'm not a pipeliner, that's for sure. I thought a stub would just be put in and buried in the dirt. I don't know.
Yeah, through the chair, like I say, with the technology we have, we actually do have a case in point. We have an extension in Carsland that was put in back in the 70s for future development. Put a valve at the end of that. We just replaced that valve for $6,000 because it leaked because it's not used, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
It's easier to not put in a sub and to tie in and not worry about having another connection that could fail in the future.
Okay. That way you get it exactly where you want it too.
Exactly.
I'd be in favor of the county researching a grant. I know when Rosebud initially done their water thing, it was all, I believe, owned by them, but eventually the county got it. Same thing would go down here. They would go through all the work and eventually county will take it over, same as everything else that happens. So if we're going to do it, I would far sooner be in it on the ground floor and that we take ownership and we look after it right away. So I'd be in favor of see if we can get a grant for them. We don't have to put it in this fall or anything. That pipe will be there for 100 years. And we can look at it. We have time on our side. We can do it right. And we can, put it on our shovel-ready project list.
Yeah, we should probably have a motion directing administration to explore grant opportunities. Is what I'm hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Diane, do you have
We're
what you
just
need?
taking it as information for now, we're not acting on any of it?
Glenn,
I
do you
think
just
explore.
wanna elaborate on your motion so we're all clear what the direction is?
Staff research some grant opportunities. I don't know if MSI or that 75-25 one that we got in Rosebud that we use numerous other places in the county. I know county, we're always spending money fixing up infrastructure. So I'm thinking this is an old established hamlet. Maybe there's some money there. I don't know. It doesn't hurt to ask.
So can we do this with two motions? One just accepting the information and then another one to deal with the staff looking into a grant?
Okay, I moved accepted as information.
I think we did. We already had the motion on the floor for directing staff, so let's deal with that first.
Okay.
So a motion to direct staff to explore grant opportunities for potable water in Redland. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed?
Not opposed at all. Just wanted to suggest, I believe MPE did the costing on this, did they not? Yep. So we might be able to look at cheaper way to run a line, because it's not a fire flow line by any means. It's nothing like that cistern line, so it doesn't have to be super engineered to provide this service like you. So we could probably do it at a lower rate. So searching grants if you have a.
Glenn, would you accept a friendly amendment to also just direct staff to explore the costing of the project?
Oh, for sure.
There's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
Council, just Ryan from administration. So just for clarity purposes, administration, I believe at this point we're going to end our engagement with the Hamlet of Redland for that regional water, and then we're going to look into some grants.
Can you just repeat that, Brian? Corey, are you able to turn it up a little bit?
Brian,
if you're able to just speak as loudly as possible.
Sure. So just for administration's clarity, we're going to conclude the Redland engagement for connecting into the regional water system at this current moment in time, and then we'll look into grants for potentially funding the county's portion of that. So at this point, we're not going to continue engaging with a Redland resident, just for clarity, for
Yeah,
administration.
perhaps Councillor Kester can integrate that into his second motion when he accepts this as information, because I did notice there were some ratepayers you weren't able to get responses from, but I think we have a good picture in general of what the feeling is in the area, so I'll leave that up to the councillor of the area.
Okay, I move to accept his information, and I'll inquire from staff, these surveys, were they emailed in, or do we have a return address for these people?
Through the chair, I believe we had a phone call and email correspondence with this.
Okay. I was thinking if it was all email, we could have wrote one nice little letter thanking them for the survey and telling them what our plans are to look for grants, and just to keep them informed.
Through the chair, we can definitely reach out both ways, just to close the loop on this.
Yeah, just to close it and tell them we're not forgetting them. We're just trying to find some money for them. That'll make them happy. Make me happy anyway.
Yeah, I just found out we actually had to do some door knocking on this too, because we didn't have contact information. So we went the full gamut to make sure we had the whole response on this. So we'll reach out to as many as we can get a hold of.
Okay, thanks, Mike, and thanks to the rest of the staff for to get this high of a rate of replying is very good. So yeah, accept this information, and you could reach out to the citizens there. And thank you.
Excellent. There's a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 4.4.5, utility rate adjustment.
Okay, this is RFD brought forward requesting the revision, the utility rate adjustment and master schedule fees update for the Wheatland County Water and Sewer utility rates. So we did an analysis of cost recovery that was presented previously to council, determined that we are still significantly subsidizing our utilities across the county and all our hamlets, all our water and wastewater systems, to the tune of $380,000 across the board for all these utilities per year. So we've asked for a 15% increase to bring us a little bit closer in line with cost recovery, knowing that this is going to increase only about 51,000 of that, closing the gap a little bit, but we'll still aim towards increasing these both with efficiencies in our plant operations, wherever we can to save money with these sort of things, and hopefully regaining some money back with the increased rates here. So that's the request from administration.
Council's wishes.
I have a couple questions. On page 286, you have that chart there, the item and the cost. You have water service, WID conveyance to deletion. I'm pretty sure the county pays that, but do we not send that bill to WRC and they issue a check back to the county and pay that?
Yeah, that's correct. We, through the chair, we have the bill submitted to us from WID. We pay it, we invoice WRC, and that gets paid back to us. But then I do believe that fee is included in the per cube water rate with that. So it's all...
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, maybe that's not a good thing to have in because you don't show that you get money back either. It's not a cost to the county per se. You're just paying for different line, right?
I believe it's a separate line on the Gleason water bills too, though, isn't it? So I think it's an accounting thing, as like just for transparency, right?
I would assume that as soon as we start getting closer to cost recovery, that line will completely disappear because they're paying like whatever it is, $2 plus we get another 48 cents out of them, but it's still costing us $5 to get water there. So I think once we get up to that point, that line item, I would assume would just disappear. And it'll just be the $5 a cube or whatever it is for water.
Well, I have a problem charging residents for a conveyance fee when the county gets 100% of it back. Does that make sense?
We subsidize Glacian water.
I know.
To
I
a
know.
huge extent. It's just a line item that's just an accounting thing, I would assume.
Yeah, well, I'd far sooner put the bill higher on something else and get that off of there, because they don't pay it there. They're paying for it twice then.
That is I do agree with Councillor Kester, that's a good point. Because it is integrated into the cost of water through WRC, and then Glacian would be the only place that's paying it separately.
Yeah, but Glacian is still not paying for the price of the water, right?
Totally.
Right, so I understand what you're saying, and we could get rid of it. It's just that we're gonna have to raise the price of water to Glacian 48 cents, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're
Which
gonna
would be
need more than
more appropriate,
15%.
honestly.
We need more than 15% if we do this like to Glacian. We'd need to talk to them and tell them why this has happened. I've been confused about that one since the very first time I seen it.
We have had this conversation.
Exactly, and I finally got it in my head how this works and what it means, but, yeah.
But
so-
historically, we haven't set separate water rates for different communities. So, not saying we can't, but that gets.
And the last item there, water service capital levy for Clooney. What is that charge? We don't supply any water in Clooney, do we?
Just wastewater.
Well, that's in a line item higher up in the chart. I'm thinking, I don't know who pays that.
General
And one
Manager
other thing.
Zier is just investigating.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And one other thing, bulk water sales. $6 a cube. I'm not sure, but I'm thinking standard charges. I'm not sure, but I think you should go investigate what standard charges, what Rocky Ford charges. They sell all kinds of water. I would be more in mind of charging a comparable fee to what the villages are paying. Does that make sense? Why are we undercutting so bad? These bulk water sales, people just buy it, drill wells, spraying operations. I would like to see that, I would like to hear what the rest of the county charges for bulk water. I don't know what Strathmore, I believe they even have bulk water sales out of Strathmore, I'm not sure. But
Strathmore's
definitely,
$5.25 a cube.
yeah, I would definitely would inquire about standard in Rocky Ford. Even Drumheller, a lot of our residents go to Drumheller for bulk water too, drinking water. I don't want to undercut anybody.
Texas are too, they sell bulk water.
Yeah. Yeah, check the prices out and make sure we're in the ballpark.
As long as it doesn't go lower than the cost to produce it, I'm fine with it.
I think it's like 15 or 18 bucks.
Yeah, and through the chair, we did leave it at a 15% only because we know a lot of ag producers do utilize this water. We didn't want to. We know that standard and the villages are charging quite a bit more. They have maybe a little bit more industry that ties into it than our agriculture use. So, I mean, definitely, if council feels like we need to charge more for any of these rates, we can investigate that. These are what we, with our last conversation, I thought we were looking at 15%, but if there's a couple of spots or anything that you want a little higher, so we can bring it forward.
I really appreciate if council would consider not exceeding 15% a year, just because I am aware for some of our residents, the hardship that like drastic increases for usage, and we've talked about the unique situation that we're in, and that if overall water usage decreases, which people could implement as a cost savings measure, their actual cost would stay the same, because like if usage decreases, our economies of scale get even worse, and they're going to be paying the same amount. So it's not like individually you may be able to have some savings that way, but collectively people certainly can't. But I do think we do need to be striving and continually moving towards cost recovery on this. But my preference, I would argue, if we could do it just in a gradual, like a consistent gradual manner, so that people can predict what's happening. Because we do have vulnerable seniors or people that are on fixed incomes that this can create a hardship for, so. But we do need to still move towards cost recovery. We extrapolated that at all to see how long at 15% a year. I realize it's also, I appreciate that you spoke to looking for efficiencies, because that's one of my top priorities as well, is that we try and deliver these services in the most cost-effective way. Have you done any projections on how long? I know it would be different for each community.
And that's where we kind of have the struggle with. We are, like I say, in some communities we're a lot closer than others. We have
Carsland-Speargrass is very close, right?
Carsland-Speargrass is fairly close. We're still, even with this increase, we're still not meeting that target. Whereas we come into a smaller community, Lower Rosebud, that are, this is an eighth of what it costs to produce the water there, right? So water, wastewater, knowing that wastewater actually makes us money, so we subsidize the water with the wastewater revenues that we generate, but we're still quite a ways away. I'd say even at 15% a year, we're 5+ years away from cost recovery. Looking at this, because the cost to create this water also goes up at the same time.
Should we do a 3-year increase then of 15% instead of just year after year, or do you want to like do it every year, bring it back, so people know?
I wouldn't mind. I thought at the beginning of our term, we did do a 3-year.
3-year first 15.
For sure, and through the chair, why we left it was just a 1-year, primarily is because Muirfield's coming on board. Looking at what the split on that, I mean, that's going to be our third biggest community that's all of a sudden just put into our court here, so that will significantly change what operations all the way through, and truthfully what recoveries we can get on these things at the same time. So I was gonna run through a half a year of recoveries on this and see if we're maybe even a little bit closer to cost recovery because of that.
Maybe if we just set it for a year as well, then we're not tying a future council's hand, like some of us may not be here.
Just clarification, Muirfield's going to stay the same as it is right now. Like people's rates are not going to go.
Sorry.
Is Muirfield's rates going to be going to county-wide rates, or is it going to stay the way it is?
Currently, we're holding it where it is right now. We'll bring forward a change to this flat service rates again to include Muirfield when we have that honed down.
Their service rates are higher, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Nothing. So I'll make the motion that council approve 15% increase to the current Wheatland County water and wastewater sewer rates effective January 1st, 2021, and further that council approve the resulting necessary update to the water and sewer utility rates in the master's schedule of fees. What? I got a lot of sugar today.
Words or insulin, your choice. There's a motion on the floor. Any discussion? So you moved for 1 year.
1 year.
For clarity.
Yep.
To administration, on the master's schedule fee, wastewater service connection and disconnection fees. Who does the disconnecting and the connecting? Is it a Hamlet crew or is it WRC?
Through the chair, I believe that is just a, through the chair, I don't know the answer to that one. I'll have to look that up. I assume it's our Hamlet crew. I don't think, because just like with every Hamlet operation we have, unless it needs certification, unless it needs certified water operator, we handle it through the Hamlet.
Okay, so that makes it not quite as bad, but a $40 disconnect, that number's gotta be, I mean, there's no way you can do anything for $40. I don't care what you're paying your employee, you cannot get him to go there and come back for $40. So that disconnection fee should be changed. It should be up to at least 100 and then 15% on top of that every year for a few years.
You got it.
Yes. General Manager Butel.
Currently, administration is reviewing the entire schedule fee. Yes, and we're looking at comparisons, and each department is separated out, and so that is being done.
Just,
So that should be looked at.
perfect, thank you, I'm good then, thank you.
So a little bit on that, why those fees are so high in some places. A lot of snowbirds would go and shut their water off for the winter and have it turned on. So those valves aren't designed to be used on a regular basis. So after 5 or 6 times doing that, the valves wear out or something breaks, and then you spend thousands of dollars fixing a valve. You made $40 a time. So a lot of municipalities increase that rate so much that
People just leave
they just leave their water on.
Yeah.
And shut off their main in their house.
Right.
So, and it gives that revenue stream too. You get that flat rate.
So, okay.
Good conversation. There's a motion on the floor. I don't think we voted. I didn't mark it. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Is any counselor opposed? Motion is carried. Move to 5.1, correspondence. I'm just going to go through each piece of correspondence individually. We have 2 letters from Minister McIver. One regarding the Hamlet of Rosebud new wastewater lagoon and lift station funding, eligibility for the grant, as well as that bridge replacement under the STIP fund. To administration, would it be appropriate to just send thank you letters from council back for the grants? If we could have a motion just to send Minister McIver. Councilor, please, stating he will move that.
We typically don't send those types of letters back to provincial bodies, but we can start, no issues from administration.
I think it would be a good idea just to recognize the partnership with the province on those projects. Councilor Armstrong has a motion on the floor. Would that cover both of those projects with AT? He's nodding yes. Is any councillor opposed? Sorry?
I'm glad you can read sign language.
Motion is carried, not hearing any opposition. I believe the correspondence on page 295. Just making sure. Oh, no, this is separate. Sorry, my apologies. Correspondence from Wheatland Regional Corporation on page 295, also regarding the truck fill station, but a separate issue. This is regarding water that would be used for fire departments for training or firefighting purposes. And it's a request that this be funded directly through the county. Council's wishes.
I can explain a little bit on this too. So apparently the villages, well, now that it's WRC accounts for every drop of water, we have to, right? So it doesn't matter if it was the fire department, whatever, it gets billed out. So it sounds like the villages, and Glenn can correct me if I'm wrong, are basically, if they're filling up fire truck, they pay for that through their bulk water. But so in the villages, how would I put this? They pay for the water going through the whole village through 1 meter. So wherever it goes, they have to pay for it. So on these bulk water stations, if they're doing a rural fire, again, WRC has to account for all that water. So do we send the bill back to the county for the response, or, you know, because that bulk water station is gonna tick off X amount every time it fills up, doesn't care, it has to be accounted for somehow. So just kind of something we're noting before, it probably, they would just pull into a hamlet and fill up off a hydrant anywhere and there's no meter, but we're accounting for more drops of water every chance we get, so that's a good thing. But it comes up with these kind of problems, so.
So this is specifically to the South Truck Fill Station,
Yes.
which would serve rural firefighting purposes.
Because if it happened in Gleason right now, like if somebody went to a bulk water station in Gleason, again, we get billed to the clear well from WRC, so we're subsidizing that anyway. So you bulk water station, and we recover the costs back through bulk water sales, on that regard, but I'm sure they don't charge bulk water to fire departments. I'm not really sure, but something we need to find out.
Through the Reeve, Matt from administration, we can look into that too, in
Yeah.
fire services.
Like, it's a minuscule amount really, but
So previously, that wouldn't have been metered, is what you're saying, if I'm understanding correctly.
most likely not. Like, if they file up a hydrant, it isn't metered, you don't put a meter on a hydrant to pull the water off, but because WRC is providing water at a metered rate to these places now, they're getting billed for it. The bulk water station is metered out. So if rural department from Standard, from Hazar, stops at the Wheatland, or the Wheatland Crossing filling station, fills up, someone's got to account for that water somewhere. What do we do with that?
And you're saying this would be exclusively for rural because firefighting or training in the village would utilize the bulk water in the villages?
For training purposes, you would think that they'd probably utilize the villages themselves, but if they were doing a rural training exercise and they needed to fill up, big deal.
Yeah.
I think we need to monitor it and find out what the amounts are. I would assume it's gonna be very small, like $1,000 a year would probably be a lot.
Yes, Brian from administration. I think with this request, there wasn't too much detail behind it, so we don't know if it's going to be 100 cubes of water or 100,000 cubes of water. So that's something that we can go back and ask the WRC to determine how much they request, if it can be a flat amount, if it can be. Yeah, there's quite a bit of information that's kind of left out of this request that we need to follow up on with the WRC.
Yeah, and it's all new, because we never had to account for it before. And just off the top of my head, I'm thinking there's areas in the county of Wheatland where if they needed to do a big water practice where there's free water. Origin
And they
Park,
practice drawing.
Origin Park has a thing that fills off of stormwater ponds right there, and they have water problems. So why wouldn't they go use that water for free? Or, you know, I think we have water here as well at the county. There's a tank that we can use sometimes. Maybe.
General Manager Vito had a comment.
Council could consider making a motion directing administration to create an RFD and bring it back to the next council meeting with all the details and asking council to make a decision on this.
And I think it would be good to include our fire services and our fire departments as well in that engagement, just to, because they
will
would
know
have
what they use.
insight
Yeah.
into what they require, so.
Absolutely. I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has made a motion to direct administration to bring an RFD back with further details regarding this request. Is there any questions or discussion?
Just a little bit of discussion. WRC doesn't have any idea how much the fire department uses. So what would happen in the Struckville site, the fire department would be given a code and they'll meter the water out right into their truck, and that'll be billed to whoever's paying for the bill, if it's the county or if it's the fire department. And Scott's right. Right now, if there's a fire in Galicia, they just tie onto a hydrant and they're filling up with no end user metering, but it's being metered into the clear well, so there's a discrepancy there, a difference there that the county's paying for that's coming out of that hydrant. Okay? And I don't know if they pay anything out of, if the fire departments keep track, because I know the pump out at Galician, I don't know if there's a meter. I don't know if we have meters there or not. Last I heard, they just kind of went there with their 1,500-gallon tank, filled it up, wrote down, say we got 1,500 gallons of water. So yeah, I think this is more of a county exercise in the fire departments. And I would think if any fire department, Rocky Ford, say, or Standard, are filling up there, it's most likely they're fighting a fire in the county. Why would they go from Standard all the way to the truck fill station to get water and go back to Standard, fight a fire? That just ain't gonna happen. So this is just strictly a county issue and firefighting. So how much they're gonna fill up there, I don't know. It's they fill up in Galician, or it costs exactly the same, $3.88 a cube, except county doesn't know how much they're using. This way they'll know, because it'll be metered for every darn tank full they take out. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you have to ask your fire services to get so much water there.
Glenn, you're just cutting out there a little bit. I'm not sure.
Just going to be, if they're doing fire training in Galician, and they probably like stick around Galician to do their training. I can't really see the value of doing an RFP for such a little bit of such a small volume of water out of the thing.
And I guess I was just looking at it from the perspective that it would just be good for council to have an idea of kind of the scale of funding that they're approving is all, just in terms of, obviously our fire services and our fire departments are going to know what they need. It would just be good for council to have an idea of what they're authorizing. But I agree, it's not necessarily a conversation with WRC. They're not going to be able to anticipate that, but our fire services, in coordination with our departments and associations, should be able to estimate at least the training aspect. They're obviously not going to be able to anticipate how many events they're responding to and that type of thing, the scale of those. So just to give us an idea, I think it's good before we authorize something like this. There's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. Correspondence on page 296 regarding International Day of Older Persons was sent to me by our CIO of our WFCSS, and just with a request for council to consider declaring October 1st International Day of Older Persons. It is a day that many communities celebrate across Alberta. This year, obviously, there may be some considerations and some limitations on what kind of events might be able to be planned or that type of thing, but I just like the idea of recognizing, I think it says it very well in here. An important annual occasion to celebrate the strength and community connections of seniors in our province, and recognizing the value, experience, contributions, and wisdom of seniors. It would give us the opportunity to build greater awareness, understanding, and appreciation of seniors. I know how council feels about these. I would put a motion on the floor that Wheatland County Council declare October 1st International Day of Older Persons.
Didn't we just have seniors?
I think last October, Jason.
I thought it was more recent than that, actually. Like actual seniors. Like it was Seniors Day, not Old Person Day.
I'll put my Googling skills to work.
Hey, October first, we could make it World Vegetarian Day, so I'm better with the older person day as opposed to the Vegetarian Day, so I'll go for it on that, just so that October first is taken care of.
Just checking back to the previous minutes, I believe it was sometime in May of 2020 that, there was Seniors Week. Wheatland County declare June 1st to June 7th, 2020 to be Seniors Week.
That is actually an Alberta initiative versus this Alberta Council on Aging initiative.
I'm thinking about directing staff to tell me what, on December 4th is International Cheetah Day, and I don't know what that would be, so maybe we should get some information on that, because that's something I can get behind too.
See, I'm more into the cougars.
Given the fact that, guys, that we recognized Seniors Week in June of 2020, I would withdraw my motion for International Day of Older Persons in the hope that council will recognize Seniors Week in 2021. We can move on if people would like, unless somebody else is prepared to put a motion on the floor.
I want to hear more about this cheetah and cougar thing.
What day was it?
Cheetah Day is December 5th. December 4th.
There's also a thank you letter from the Stars Foundation, thanking the county for our support and just indicating that some of their primary means of fundraising have been kind of thwarted due to the pandemic and also probably due to the economic climate. I get spoke to that as well. Lovely. I think we could just perhaps accept the remaining correspondence that's in the package for information if somebody was prepared to make that motion. Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. Then we do have 4 pieces of correspondence. There's 2 thank you letters from the town of Strathmore regarding the CRIS funding that we had issued retroactively for 2018 and 2019. And I don't think that we need to do anything with those documents. Perhaps just accept them as information as well. Sure, I could have integrated that into the previous motion. Councillor Bigger has moved to accept the thank you letters from the town of Strathmore regarding CRIS funding as information. Is any councillor opposed? Is there any discussion?
That came with that too?
We do have in our closed session recreation funding as a topic of conversation. Is anybody opposed? Motion is carried. We also had 2 pieces of correspondence circulated, one from Wheatland Regional Corporation CAO and one from Mayor Burke from the Village of Rocky Ford as the managing partner of the WRC. And I'm going to move that we move into closed session to discuss this correspondence under FOIP Section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. Is anybody opposed?
I'm opposed.
We'll do a roll call vote. Reeve Link is in favor. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In favor.
Councillor Wilson.
In favor.
Councillor Bigger. Favor. Councillor Eichert.
In favor.
Councillor Kester.
Opposed.
Councillor Armstrong.
Favor.
Motion is carried. We will move into closed session, so we'll just have this move to our confidential phone line. Okay. Good late afternoon. I'm going to move us out of closed session. Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. There are motions arising from closed session.
I'll
We'll deal
move
with
that,
Sorry?
Wilson will move that council accept the letter from the Village of Rockyford dated August 5th, 2020 regarding transparency as information.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council accept the letter from Wheatland Regional Corporation dated August 10th, 2020 regarding transparency as information.
Is there any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council direct administration to draft a response to the Village of Rocky Ford by September 1st, 2020 to be approved by council resolution prior to issuance.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council approve the organizational chart changes as presented.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried.
I can move that council approve attendance for available councillors and senior administration to attend an informal meeting with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and his staff regarding the proposed recommendations from the Linear Assessment Review on Monday, August 24th in Stettler.
Any discussion? Is any councillor opposed? Motion is carried. That completes our agenda, and that concludes our meeting. We'll adjourn.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, see you guys.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.